there. Confidence is high. You continue to keep an eye on Bowman because he's going to punch his ticket into victory.
Well, he's been in position to run well. He's overcome a lot this season, like you say. I wish he'd be more confident in himself because he's here to stay, right? He's a winner. He's been to victory lane. He contends every week. He's in, the best stable in racing. And I think that Alex Bowman, I just wish he would present himself and realize that he's one of the guys, and he can win.
That's what I mean by that silent contender, though. By an interview, listen to Bowman, you wouldn't think he has a lick of confidence, but he does. Those results are driving.
And that plays against him because his personality isn't as big as some of the other guys that we have in the sport. But I think, his success on the track is everything that he needs. And the reason he doesn't get all of the attention that some others do is because he downplays a lot of that. And I think that comes across sometimes as not being confident, but I think sometimes people are hard to read. I think he has some confidence.
To be.
Right,
yeah, I agree.
All right, looking for a little more showman from Bowman. He's still looking for that first playoff appearance. That wrote itself. All right, coming up here live, Denny Hamlin will join us, hoping to add a 6th grandfather clock to his collection. And the Indy 500 is coming up. He's been a Cup champ on the horizon, coming off a win. We're going to hear from Kyle Larson when we continue counting you down to the race here in Martinsville. And there is the captain. I said, can I call you Colonel? He said, no, Chris, it's Mr. Penske to you.
How are you feeling about the exam?
All good. If I don't sleep, I mean.
If it helps, I'm using Check. Total game changer.
Maybe I should try.
Yeah, he definitely needs Jug.
Yellow. Didn't pass the tissue test?
Dr. Garcia?
Buckle up.
Whoa! Crest Reality Checkup!
There's toothpaste white, and then there's Crest 3D White Strips white. Oh, one sec.
Crest 3D White Strips safely work below the enamel surface to whiten like a $400 professional treatment.
Prepare for a non-stop smile.
The #1 teeth whitening brand in America. And use Crest 3D White toothpaste to maintain your smile. Crest.
I am somebody.
I may be young. But I am. Somebody.
I may be small. But I am I must be respected.
Protected. Never rejected.
But I am
somebody.
Tournament insanity continues Monday only on FS1. With 4 great games of postseason action. The college basketball
There we go. Now we should be good. Yep, now we should be good. I might have to change that. It looks like it's good right now. Make sure it doesn't pitch out or peg out. No, that's too far. Try that. Yeah, it's better. That's better. I'm gonna see if I can try something here. We'll see if this works. Let's see if this works. Because it was something I've been debating about doing for a little bit now. I want to see if it works.
3 top 10 finishes this year. How do I cast his memory back to a decade ago while racing here? He's got 5 wins, but hasn't been to victory lane since 20.
One here in 15.
You see Denny going up to Martinsville. You expect that dominance from him.
The grandfather clock chimes for Denny Hamlin.
That's what I'm talking about. Denny Hamlin.
Virginia boy wins here in Virginia.
2010 though was the race, so.
Denny Hamlin cleans everybody's clock at Martinsville.
I remember that race.
And the driver of the 11 car in his progressive Toyota, Denny Hamlin, is with us. Always good to see you here. So, been a kind of a would you say, roller coaster season, and where do you think in that you've been the most consistent?
I don't know. It's tough to say. I mean, it's not really been up and down. The results have been, but the performance has been pretty steady. Haven't had that, like race-winning car quite yet that I'm searching for, but we're right there on the cusp of it.
Why
And,
do I not hear it?
hopefully today we continue that trend and just get a little better.
I like what you said right there. I heard Chris just say 2015.
I don't hear it.
I actually cannot believe that because you've been dominant over the years here. Over 2,500 laps led here. Gen 7 car, elusive win.
Maybe it's something that's going on in the
Close to the front. Can this be the day?
Yeah, I hope
that's
so.
going on
Really made
in
some big changes to our
the other.
normal setup for this race here today to try to
Like
get
through
better,
mobile.
because I just have been stuck. The reason we haven't won is I've been a 3rd to 5th place car and driver for the last decade, and that's the truth about it. So we're trying to really get this so we can come back here with a dominant car in October, and we're trying a different direction today to see if it improves.
I
forgot.
We talk about this oftentimes. The sun's going to be out again for it looks like a lot of the race in and out. Yesterday, the race started up a lot. What are the challenges with this?
I need my hat.
As you run, do you have to save some at the beginning?
Okay, I gotta have my hat.
The rubber buildup. What are the challenges presented by it?
Even though I don't like where we're starting today, but something's got to go right for us finally.
That'll save you. Other times you can lay back, and I think you can save a little bit to have something for the end of the run. So what's really been great about this new short track and kind of road course tire is it gives us that option and puts it back in our hands to go out there and make the moves as we see fit.
You mentioned coming back to
Because I had that low. Dum dum.
Yeah, the relationship's growing for sure, and certainly we're learning each other. And I think for the early part of the season, I think he really kind of put himself in the 11 car,
Pillowcase.
And now, I think he's starting to put his own taste on our team. And so I certainly think that it's growing, it's getting better, and certainly it's been pretty seamless from my standpoint.
I know you wanted to get to 60 wins here, something we've talked about. And your success here, if you could pull it off, would be your 55th time.
So I'm gonna tell you something. I know you're in here, Shadow. I see we're getting some people trickling in. I'm gonna try something today. There's another streamer that I've been talking to that actually he actually works for NBM, and he's gonna join me for this Martinsville stream. We're gonna basically try to put both our streams together and actually try the streaming together feature for today's race. See if I can make that work. Something different.
I promise you, I was not sandbagging. I never in a million years thought that I would contend for a pole at Martinsville, let alone whenever you go out mid-pack. It typically,
if it works,
the track continues to gain grip,
might open the door for later possibilities.
So I don't know. I guess we caught a cloud or something.
A lot of stuff to think about today. Obviously, tight racing on the racetrack, the rubber going down on the racetrack, cars starting runs good, maybe finishing runs bad. What was the priority for you as you start the race today that either you think is going to be good or that you're concerned about?
Yeah, I mean, Martinsville is just such a unique place because the tire life is such a big deal. And,
Well, there's only one problem with that.
Well, we had an 80-lap stage at Las Vegas.
If I turned the bed 45 degrees, it would not fit. It'd be a very tight fit in my room if it's turned the other way. It's got to be turned the way that it is because it won't fit the other way.
And then second stage, you got to go 100.
Because it'd be blocking my closet, and yeah, it just would. Nah. Nah.
Chris, there's plenty for these guys to think about today. The one thing we don't have to think about is Christopher Bell will lead them to green when we start. Okay, thank you. It's funny when we talked to him. He said he put a note
It
by
could
that
be.
staff that he keeps
You never know. Depends on how eagle-eyed people are. I could probably change like one small thing and see how many people would notice.
Yeah, well, he went on a 3-win streak, and then the last 2 weeks weren't that good. Now he's on the pole, and I think that gives him a lot of benefits to keep his track position and good pit stall and all those.
Thing is, I wouldn't tell you though, Shadow. It'd be one of those where anybody that's eagle-eyed enough would have to spot it.
Hot streak and then the cold streaks, and so what we talk about is trying to be more consistent and being over that 36 race season and having that consistency to win at any point. Super hard to do in this Gen 7 car, so you're going to have those ups and downs, and they're definitely already experiencing that 6 races in.
You don't want to give him the sniff at the front. Like we talk about Blaney being the fastest guy week in, week out. This guy's in the top 3 as well. I would put Larson and Bell in that category. Really good. But the thing that sticks out to me is if you look at the last 5 weeks for the 20 team, is how humbling this sport can be. You win 3 races.
I didn't realize Bell had
running laps around
Bell had the had the most poles in the next gen. Huh.
I mean, what a heartbreak watching that last race here, losing, his way out of the Final 4 scenario. It has to feel like redemption for him to be able to come back here and sit on the pole and really get your best foot forward started on a big weekend. I think putting that behind me would feel good, right? And I love
the paperclip. I'm waiting till we get more people in here because I want to discuss what happened yesterday. Again, I didn't watch it, but I did see what happened yesterday. So people want my take on it. I will give my take on it. It's just I'll wait till we get a couple more people trickled in here before we discuss yesterday.
Success here. We're going to talk to Kyle Larson and also NASCAR's most popular driver, Chase Elliott, former champ, and Bubba Wallace, improving on short tracks. Kevin Harvick sat down with him. It's all coming your way if you stay with us.
Oh, pizza! We're trapped by dishes.
Don't worry, they've got new Dime Power Sets. It'll power through this whole pile with ease.
Yeah, it's the dish soap with 2 times more powerful suds.
Lucky ducks.
Dawn's first suds that trap, lock, and remove 99% of grease.
So it doesn't get passed from dish to dish.
Clean and stacked.
Like ducks in a row. New Dawn Power Sets, the better grease getter.
The paperclip. The oldest active, well, the track that has spent the most amount of time on the Cup Series schedule, let's just put it that way. I mean, they were racing at Martinsville before the Jersey founded. Martinsville. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I want to do that, Hamill. Yeah. That was us having fun last night. Just us. Nobody needs to know about that one. Because as I said last night, that might be the boldest thing I think I've ever said last night. So then you adding on top of it made it even more like that would be earth shattering if what we were saying were to actually happen. Yeah, we said that Cody Ware was going to win a race.
Kyle Larson starts 4th today at Martinsville. The 5 car for Rick Hendrick means a lot of value sentimentally, also business-wise. And Larson catapulted Poland his career driving that 5. Jamie, you got to talk to him this week.
Yeah, Chris, it was great to get a few minutes to sit down with Kyle Larson. For a guy that's won 30 times in the Cup Series, we all just assume he's going to win every year. But when I asked him about winning last week at Homestead, his response, well, it surprised me. Take a look.
We're inside of 20 to go here at Homestead Miami Speedway. You know that 5 car is going to throw caution to the wind. Larson's coming.
You know, that track, one of the things that makes it so unique is that you can make up a lot of ground really quick there. Did you think you had time to get by Bowman as you're starting to catch him?
I didn't think I had time. I was trying to fight off.
Well, I'm gonna say.
Any shot to win this, I have to hold him off.
Here's Larson to his inside now.
I got by the 19 really quick, got by the 23 really quick, and at that point, I was pretty relaxed as I got to second.
This guy knows how to get it done.
I would say this year, compared to other years, I was more relieved to get that first win and be like, all right, we're in the playoffs.
Really?
I don't know, I've had just a weird feeling all year.
First win of the season for Kyle Larson.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome though, because all the other races where I've lost at the end, like I got one back, which was awesome.
Hell yeah, baby, let's go!
When you go to that track or when you go to these places and you can run right against the wall, do you know what you're looking for there? Does it just happen naturally?
Like when people ask and I have to try to describe what I'm doing, I can't really do it. Like I'm not confident in what I'm telling them, you know? But like when I'm in the car, I'm not like, I need to drive to this point, pick up the throttle at this point. It just comes natural, I guess.
It's fascinating to watch. When I look at numbers for you, you're going to make your 150th start for Hendrick Motorsports. I feel like you've been in HMS longer than that.
You know, my time at Ganassi was a lot longer to this point.
Did it feel that way?
No, the limited success that we had at Ganassi, you'd think that it felt like 20 years, but no, it's kind of the opposite. Like I feel like I've been at Hendrick my whole career.
Well, everybody's looking at Hendrick Motorsports, and particularly Kyle.
That's because all of Kyle's success
Winning is everything.
has really come in this
What's your motivation? Like,
couple-year period with Hendrick.
And go.
I think probably that I don't want to be unsuccessful. I don't want to go back to the beginning of my career when it was difficult to win. Yeah, I don't want to fail or...
So maybe the motivation is fear of failure,
yeah,
right?
I like running up front, and I don't want to lose that, so yeah. I'm going to continue to try to work as hard as I can.
This is something that I never thought I would say to Kyle Larson. When I look at one of your best racetracks, it's Martinsville.
Yeah.
Dude, it's unbelievable. What's changed?
It blows my mind that Martinsville is, yeah, like...
It's one of your best tracks.
Best track, probably.
This man owns his racetrack.
But, I mean, it's the same thing every time I go to Martinsville. I spend the first 100 laps, like, lost. And then I just get back to, like...
Well, he's probably all... It also helps that Larson is driving for one of the most successful teams at Martinsville, too.
Go there and be like, I can lead 200 laps.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'm going to get to that point anytime soon.
Yeah. Well, there you have it. I know that we kind of glaze over Kyle Larson every single week about how good he is, but thinking back to Martinsville, that used to be a struggle for him. When he was my teammate at Ganassi, every single time we came here, Larson would dread it. And I think when you look at his career, what makes him so special is that he can take tracks that he struggled at. He's now turned one of his worst tracks
21.
into one of his best tracks.
Yeah, and what Rick Hendrick does with drivers...
21 was the year he won 10 wins and the title, so...
You know, the most dominant team in the history of the sport. 150 races in. Look at where he compares to names
Like I said, the most amazing thing to me is the 24 wins with Hendrick. That's unreal in just a couple of years that he's been there.
But I think champions is a kind of a loose term on how it's fared out in today's NASCAR world and the championship to go with it. But when you look at Kyle Larson, the best place he can be is right there at Hendrick Motorsports because they teach him how to be.
Hendrick has a nasty habit,
they hold him accountable.
or well, I wouldn't say nasty habit. They have a habit of taking drivers that have raw talent and turning them into champions. I say you look no further than Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson, we knew was talented. It was there. We saw it with Ganassi. But they took that talent Yeah, they took that talent and put the equipment underneath him for him to be able to go out there and do what he's been able to do.
All the stats of Jimmy Johnson, of Jeff Gordon, right under the Hendrick staple, except here, both of those guys have 9 race wins here.
I've
Got me better. And as I say that, his worst finish in the last 5 races is 6. That's pretty sporty.
I pretty much said this back when Kyle came into the sport. When Larson came into the Cup Series, I said, this guy has the talent. He has the ability. You put him in the right equipment, the right personnel around him, and watch him take off. When that deal got announced that he was going to Hendrick, I was like, he's going to win the championship within a year or two. There's no way you could put him in that kind of equipment with that kind of talent. He was going to win. Did I expect that he was going to rattle off 10 wins in his first season with them? No, I didn't expect that kind of success that quickly. But I expected the success. See, that's what the great owners can do. They can take the personnel and put them together and make these combinations that are successful. You know, Roger Penske is obviously the big one for that in IndyCar. Obviously, Rick here. Some owners are just have that knack for putting the right people in the right places to make success happen. He owns a championship crew chief. Howdy. And he's won with Kyle Busch. He's won with Jeff Gordon. Yeah, he is. Again, it all depends on pairings. Some crew chiefs work well with certain drivers, some don't. Some obviously have way more success than others. You look at Ryan Newman and Matt Borland. Or Matt Kenseth and Robbie Reiser, to just name a couple. Look at Jeff Burton and Frank Stoddard. You know, some guys, you just put them together, they work. They gel well together. So, I don't so much think you can debate necessarily good drivers and good crew chiefs. It's more like they come as a combo. They come as a duo. You got to look at the driver crew chief pairing together and how well they work together. Now Harvick and Childers, yeah, that's another good one, Bumble. Bumble, I hate to tell you this, but you're not my crew chief. You'd be a part of my race team, but you ain't my crew chief. I got my crew chief.
Hendrick and Martinsville, two names that have become synonymous with.
Oh, you're on my race team, Bumble. Don't get me wrong.
The highs and lows, a legendary track, an iconic team have supported each other on their journey.
Hamble brings up the question. We were talking about this the other night. Drivers' final wins that either felt like final wins or ones that it didn't feel like it was their final win. It was a great song.
meteoric rise and solidifying its place in the sport's history. A bond between two forces, one track, one team, forever intertwined.
Yeah. Forever intertwined. Yeah, Rusty's win here in 04. When he beat Bobby.
Just can't believe how fast it's gone by, honestly. Just these 10 years have been just, yeah, whirlwind, honestly. A lot of good days, a lot of bad days, a lot of lessons learned in between, but thankful for it. It's changed my life, you know, and I never, ever take that for granted. So this is a pretty amazing opportunity to do what we do, and hard to believe it's been that long, but grateful for it, and looking forward to continuing the journey.
Well, you won't look back, it won't be long, and you'll be old and retired, and you'll be like, where did the rest of it go? I wonder if I should do TV, but for me, when I look back at Bowman Gray, I mean, you just kicked the.
But when you think about it, Hamill, we actually had back-to-back. Bill Elliott's final win was at Rockingham that year, and then Bobby's final win was the very next week. With two guys who, well, yeah, Bill was in his final full season, but
so that was great, and just had a great weekend up there, so we'd love to continue that. And I thought you saw kind of some of the same players that have been good here the last few trips also be really good at Bowman Gray too, so that was also to me a sign that we were going in the right direction for, you know, a track like this, and hope that we can carry some of that forward today. Had a good day yesterday, so looking forward to it.
And his 2004 season wasn't great, but it wasn't like a true fall off the cliff either. I mean, he going into Richmond, or those last couple of races before the first chase began, he was a contender to try to make it. He didn't get eliminated till Richmond. So,
where did that come from? Was that this year's, or was that a driving style of late models? Or, I mean, it's definitely different than.
Then obviously the close finish at Charlotte in 05, when he almost held off Jimmy Johnson.
Huge struggle for me, and this place is nothing like any short track that I ever ran on. It was nothing like the Pensacola's and, you know, the Peach States and.
You know, everybody talks about the whole because obviously it's the more recent one. The whole flipping Kyle Busch for Ty Gibbs. How about going from Bobby Labonte to J.J. Yaley? You know, you got to remember that. That's not the first. Kyle Busch for Ty Gibbs was not the first major big move that JGR made when they replaced a champion with basically a rookie, a Cup rookie.
But to answer your question, this has really been a standout track, and unlike anything that I grew up doing, and I've really had to reteach and relearn all those short track characteristics and apply them differently here.
Chase, when I look at your season, I can only find one race that there hadn't been any issue. Phoenix.
I will say this: they at least they respected Kyle more, or in this retrospect, in the fact that they retired the 18 number. They changed the car number for with Ty.
Yeah, it's part of it, you know, and
Joey won a couple races, Bumble. J.J. Yaley did nothing in that 18 car. He had the top 5 finish at the 600 in 07, but that was about it. Joey at least won at JGR.
Vegas, I kind of felt the same, right? And you can't have that stuff and contend. So I do think that for as bad as these last couple weeks have been, there have actually.
But that again, it's a drop off, but it wasn't to the extent of we've seen with Kyle to Ty or Bobby to JJ.
We're on third base, though. We're starting up front. I like your position. I like the way you look this weekend. We're in no base hit. We're already ready on third base. Bring it home, baby.
You and the Braves have great success, too. All right, thanks for coming by. We always
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good day.
Thank you, Chase, with us. We look forward to watching him today.
I won't put those on there as far as Jones and Joey because they won. If we're making the equivalency as far as the Kyle Busch, Ty Gibbs change, I'm looking at guys who didn't win when that change happened, like Bob Labonte to J.J. Yeley. It was taking a Cup champion and replacing with a driver that didn't win in his time in that car. A single Cup race. Whereas Joey and Eric actually won in their time replacing the driver they replaced. They actually went out and won. Yaley didn't. And it was like it was those where it wasn't even close. Whereas Joey and Eric at least competed for wins. Granted, their win totals may have been small, obviously clearly smaller than the drivers they replaced. But they won more, at least more than one race. Yaley never won a Cup race. Which, I think that's got to be the one thing that's discussed more than anything else, is why did that happen? Because we know the talent that J.J. Yaley is. I mean, you look at him in like a Silver Crown car or dirt car. It's like Yaley can drive a race car. Why did that not work? I mean, he went to one of the best teams in the sport, one of the best organizations in the sport, that had just come off of winning the Cup title with Stewart. Why didn't that work? What exactly was it that went wrong that didn't work over there? Because I also feel the same way with Yaley's Busch Series career with Gibbs too, because that should have gone a lot better than what it did. You talk about guys that got talent but never ended up really winning anything of note. J.J. Yaley is probably the biggest name that comes to my mind because of how much success he had outside of NASCAR. And yet,
we've gone a full hour. I haven't called it the paperclip. So I think that's what it looks like. And that's why they're at our first of 6 short tracks on the schedule. And we're live. Let's check back in with our team of reporters. Regan, what do you got? Where are you?
Chris, we're here. Drivers introduction stage. The drivers getting introduced.
I mean, the thing to think about, the big thing to really think about is the fact that just Labonte won before J.J. Yaley did. Which is just strange to me, you know?
Yeah, good answer, Jamie.
And right next to Regan, I have Joey Logano. Joey, 6 races in, we're still chasing that first top 10. What can you say to your fans to tell them, don't panic, we're good?
Yeah, we're all right. I mean, we just had a lot of things happen, but the speed seems to be pretty close, right? I mean, we've led a lot of laps, we've scored a lot of stage points, so, you know, those metrics are, we just, seems like we can screw it up one way or another all the way at some point, randomly. Some of them are new, some not, so, you know.
I'll go a step further, Hamill. At least Leffler won a couple races in the lower series. He won a couple of Busch Series races, and he won a couple of truck races. Yaley didn't win anything. That's what amazes me is.
Yeah, for sure. It's honestly been more of a struggle than I anticipated going into this week. You know, and even being, upset with 11th, I think kind of says that. So.
And even have the longevity in his career that he had in NASCAR, despite not having the success.
We got 400 laps, they're going to figure that out. So, yeah, I feel like our Bass Pro Shops Toyota has had good speed.
speed for how different the balance is for me. But yeah, it should be a good day. Hopefully we can build on that momentum from last week.
You're testing my microphone. Reach up on that stage there. Good luck today. Jamie?
Well, Austin Dillon back at his home track had a great run here in the fall, finished 7th. Austin, so what do you think? Is this car capable of duplicating that performance, I guess?
Yeah, you know, our Bass Pro Shop Chevy was really good here in the fall, like you talked about. Brought something similar, made a couple tweaks, and hopefully we were as good as we were in the long run last year, and can just methodically make our way up through there with a clean race car and put ourselves in a position at the end to be a couple of positions better than last fall.
Good to see you. Have a good race. Back to you, Chris.
All right, thanks so much. You know, Bubba Wallace coming off his best finish of the season. Short track game has improved. He's third in Miami. And he's a driver to watch today, Kevin.
Yeah, and I was fortunate to be able to sit down with Bubba and spend a little time with him on Friday. And to listen to him talk was very intriguing. Just his demeanor and his approach to everything that's going on was quite interesting to listen to.
So last week you get out
That'd
of the
be
car,
some Bubba.
You're frustrated but confident. You felt like it was a race that slipped away from you.
Absolutely. I got in the fence there, allowed a 48 to get alongside of me. And that was my first mistake. But instantly I went into, okay, we still got it.
This 23 car, he knew right there. He said, if this 48 car clears me, and there he goes. Alex Bowman's able to clear Bubba Wallace for the lead.
My plan was to let the 5 go up there and start battling.
Yeah.
Well, 48 did what I did, and I'm like, oh, never mind. So I settled in for third. There was a lot of small victories that day that allowed you to just appreciate the moment, even though it was defeat.
When you look at the change with crew chief this year, brought Charles in, how has that changed the way that you approach things, the way that the team talks? Because it has to be a different dynamic than what you had before.
Yeah, you know, I've always been curious on, like, what does Charles know about me before coming over here? And I may rub some people the wrong way because a lot of people don't pick up on my sarcasm. And so part of me feels like I have to be a little bit buttoned up to start. The first couple months together, it's like, don't really show my true colors. Don't bring out the sarcasm card.
Yeah.
And I was worried that it was going to be too structured. It feels like it was a plug-and-play system, and we've just continued to pick up the pace wherever we left off.
Bubba Wallace comes in here on a hot streak.
So where's Michael fall into this?
Yeah, MJ's more of the mental piece of it. After every race, it's a good race or tough luck, but he's always the glass half full.
Hamill,
Everything that led
you are the Discord's Bubba Wallace.
You started at 2311, you've run 150 races, you're 5 years into this process. What has that learning curve been like?
It was like starting over
We
again.
love that song.
When you're thrown in a situation and
Time.
you have that same scenario over and over again, you kind of mold
Hootie.
to said situation of not being very competitive. And so you bring some of the bad habits, your instincts to a new team. I felt like it was a lateral move, but it was more so me not understanding the full potential of our team.
But you remind me of Bubba. I'll be honest about that. You remind me of Bubba. If there's a current NASCAR driver that you remind me of, it's Bubba. Especially if, as we said, if I'm Blaney, you're Bubba.
6 years ago, I've been able to figure out how to manipulate this car when I'm in control of the car.
Can you win anywhere now?
Yes.
If you had to guess, could it come this weekend?
Yes, without a doubt.
Well, hearing that confidence and hearing him talk about being able to win anywhere, anytime, and feeling like he can win this weekend, that's not a guy that we heard before, but I believe him. I think with the results and everything that Bubba has had this year, that confidence and the way that he's talking, showing up in the results on the racetrack.
And consistently. I like what I'm seeing out of him. Ever since Charles and Ike and him got together, this has been, in my opinion, the best start we've ever seen out of Bubba Wallace. I think this is going to not only start to be a good
Again, I don't know what you're hearing. I turn my audio on and the stream just to listen. I don't know what you're hearing. Not saying you're not hearing it. It's just I'm not hearing it. I even replaced the mic cable so it wouldn't have issues.
We continue live from Martinsville. Kyle Busch will join us. Could this be the day his career long losing streak comes to an end? He's got more short track wins than any.
See where my hand is? This is where my mic is.
When we continue getting you closer to the start of the race, there's a guy who's won 2 of the last 3 here at Martinsville. Ryan Blaney hoping to snap out of that 3-race fall.
I'm the only one who doesn't get it?
Hey, get a grip. You got this.
Okay, so what? You have the answers?
Do you just want the answers, or do you want to learn? Smart choice.
Yeah, my three mid people here. Shadow, Hamill, and Bumble. All mid.
Guys, you need to try Crest DY Deep Stain Remover. Basic toothpaste stops at the top. Crest goes deeper to dissolve the bonds that hold stains to teeth, lifting them away.
I don't have external speakers, Shadow. I have no external speakers. Not on this computer. Because all I have is I plug my headphones into my mic. I don't know. Maybe it is something you're hearing in the broadcast, because I'm not hearing anything weird. That's why you're saying that. It's like I'm not hearing anything weird even on their broadcast. So again, I'm not saying that it's not something you're hearing. It's just I'm not picking it up. Then again, I'll be honest. I don't have that great of hearing. That's just family history. My mother's got problems with her hearing, so.
In Martinsville, you get the sense that time stands still.
Martinsville, you're so beautiful. About an hour north.
The radio doesn't bug me too because it's on the second lowest setting I can have it on with being still able to hear it. It's literally on the third notch. I remember we're running the shorter race too. We're running 400 miles instead of 500. I think it's right. It depends.
Career short track wins us more than any other driver of the race today. It's great to see you. But I want to talk to you. I'm here with 3 ex-drivers, and all of their sons are drivers themselves at different ages, trying to make it big. And we know your son Brexton races as well. You raced against him during the week at Millbridge here, and I want you to kind of take, because he said he kind of wanted to kick your butt going into the race. And how did it turn out here?
I mean, it turned out real well. He did a great job. He qualified well and set himself up for a really good restart, or a start of his heat race, and just didn't quite get the finish in his heat race that he wanted. He had to start behind me. So he was running heat race a little bit. He should have started in front of me and probably beat me, but we're one up, the old dogs, you know. I like it. I got him, yeah. So you're next, right?
That's right. If you don't beat him, we're never going to hear the end.
That's right. You got to put him in place early.
Yeah, I told my kid I'm not racing him because I think he would beat me at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and hold.
I don't think you're going to see it, Hamill. Oh, which we got more people in here. Again, I didn't watch the race. I didn't watch it live. I did see the replay of it, though. The first thought, my first thought when I rewatched it was, this is Denny Hamlin and Chase Elliott. This is legit Denny Hamlin and Chase Elliott in 2017. Literally, it is the exact Literally the exact same move and literally the exact same point on the racetrack.
Right? And Allmendinger for a couple weeks, and I've been kind of intrigued by, Kevin and I was RCR. We know what it used to be. How does that work now as far as...
It's the exact same move on the exact same part of the racetrack.
Obviously, the RCR Colleague Alliance is forming together, and we're really working a lot better this year than we have in years past. We're trying to go 4 cars to the racetrack, much more similar, having the opportunities to work together as a team, sharing that information, having 4 sets of data points rather than just 2, So
The debate comes in, which I'm trying to I'll let Kyle's interview finish up, and then I'll go a little bit more into it.
where we were not. I mean, we looked like a carbon copy of the year before, so there's definitely some things that we can learn from that 16 car to kind of help us out, make us a little bit better. But hopefully, again, here today with our Lucas Oil Chevrolet, we can make sure that we're the top dog this week, and they're all looking at us as to what we did.
So what's it going to take to be the top dog today? We see the fall off in the tires. You're going to have to run a long ways, probably in stage 1. Where are you at with where you need to be on the racetrack? Are you going hard? Do you need to save tires? What's the strategy?
Yeah, I think you got to save tires. I felt really good for the first 20 laps of practice with my car, and then I kind of fell off too far. I got way too tight in the center of the corner. Talking to some other guys, they were getting really loose in, or some other guys were getting really loose off. So, it's all about tire preservation and figuring out how you can take care of those the best you can while still running as fast as you can go, right? So, it's a hard balance, and Martinsville's been tricky over the years. That first run, you always seem to blow through the tires the worst, with the track being the greenest.
Before I get out of here, I gotta ask somebody, because I'll be remiss if it happens. In the forecast all week was rain. I know when we woke up this morning it looked a lot better, but Kyle, these clouds keep getting darker, and I want to make sure I cover my bases. What would happen if we put these wet weather tires on here today at Martinsville?
It might look like the Xfinity race last night.
So I got into this last night. I got into this last night with Hamill will vouch for me because he was there. I find it fascinating that to see the reaction to last night, when what was the big complaint about this track when the next gen car first ran here? Where's the passing? Where's the action? Well, you got action last night. You got action last night. Yes, let's get the best odds of the guy that's got 1 win here versus the guy that's got 5. These are the same people, by the way, John. To go further on this, these are the same people that complain they want the old Bristol back. The same people that complain they want the old Bristol back. What's the difference between old Bristol and yesterday? Because to me, I see no difference.
Yeah, I like Chase Elliott as well, but I'm going to go with his teammate.
I see no difference. Let's put it this way. 2 of the most memorable and fondly looked back on moments at Bristol involved a driver dumping a driver on the last lap. $95 and $99. I'm just saying, I find it fascinating how something years ago is praised, yet you see the same thing today and it's slammed. Which is it? Because they're the exact same thing. You can't say one was good and clean while the other one isn't. It's the exact same thing. Same thing with the Austin Dillon deal at Richmond last year.
And you can download Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour podcast on your favorite platform to stay up to date on all the storylines.
That isn't the first time we've seen the leaders wrecked at the end because somebody put the bumper to them. Need we forget 86 at Richmond? I'm just saying, it's fascinating to me how much we look back on things with rose-tinted glasses. Like, oh, this was fine. But we see the same thing today and we rip into it. So which is it?
Well, that doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. What matters most are these sub-balls.
Just more food for thought than anything else.
Your favorite sub, hot or cold in a bowl. The Jersey Mike's thing, a sub above.
That's exactly my point, John. It's not that what goes on is wrong or not. It's the fact they're picking and choose. They pick and choose based on A, who's involved, and the circumstances. It's nitpicking. It just goes to my point that NASCAR fans do not know what they want as a collective. They can't decide on what they want. They're more indecisive than a couple trying to figure out what they want for dinner. I've seen enough videos of that and been in that conversation before. It's like, what do you want for dinner? I don't know. It's funny, isn't it? That's why I said it's very, very fascinating to me. In fact, it's gotten to a point where I can tell how somebody is going to react based on past history and past comments they've made. I literally can, maybe not exact words because I ain't that good, but
Every lap, every stop, every decision measured in tenths, hundredths, thousands of a second. Because in racing, time isn't given, it's taken.
Flies by on the outside. Payoffs and paybacks become the order of the day.
Shaved off in the corners, cut down in the straightaways, engineered in the garage. Too fast, and you lose control.
so this is where it's hard. It's hard for me to convey this stuff. That's why I like streaming. Because I can sit here and convey and tell you guys, okay, these are my thoughts. Instead of trying to put it down in a message on Discord or on Twitter or where you have somewhat of a limit. Here I can actually say, okay, this is what I'm thinking on this. That's not a product of the win and you're in format, John. That's something that's been done for years. Well, I mean, what is the difference between what we saw last night and the bump and run? The bump and run is literally that move.
So I was a huge Ken Griffey Jr. guy growing up, and the Reds were obviously my team just because they were the closest to home.
And they haven't won in a while, but there's a lot of energy. They got a new manager and a lot of positivity.
Yeah, they definitely have a pretty good roster. Obviously, like you're saying, the new manager coming from the Guardians, I guess 2 years ago, took a year off. So, yeah, it should be a good year for them. I actually got to go to spring training. I had Ellie Day with Cruz doing a racing simulator with me, too, so it's pretty neat.
How's Brooks? Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Good.
Are you ready to cheer Dad on? It's a good-looking outfit. Thanks for your time, Chase. Have a good day. Willie B, William Byron, can you explain?
I've thought about it, Hamill. It's just I don't know how much it would go to do the setup for it. I would definitely do it.
How cool is this place for you?
It's cool. This place has so much history, and for me, like, it's the first I set up in the
Just maybe not just discuss NASCAR, but
and watched the race when I was young.
It'd be more if if people would be interested to hear me ramble on.
Have you got that all figured out? I hope so, man. It's a lot harder getting into one than it is three, so hopefully just
Lord, I was born a rambling man.
Yeah. What about this man beside you, Rudy?
Or a rambling gambling man, if you prefer. Both great songs.
I'm doing great. Ready to go. I was hoping to sneak away like I usually do, but you got me. Yeah, I caught you looking away, and so I came up to you. You're a dynamic. Hope you had a great day today. Hi there. Hi, baby. It's always fun on the grid.
I'll go ahead and set this one up then.
Tyler Reddick. It's the short track, the paperclip they call it. How you feeling about today? You look
Politics and religion, Hamlin's the only two things we avoid.
I don't know. This has been a challenge for me at times, this racetrack. Just when I think I kind of get it figured out, I get knocked back down again. But yeah, practice for our Mobile 1 Toyota Camry was pretty average, but I feel like we learned some interesting things about our car. So to be able to come up here and qualify ninth is promising. It does seem like our car has good long run speed, so hopefully for those today.
It's hard for me to debate on that one, Sonic, because all 6 of the drivers you listed are winners here. So
Hi, buddy. How you doing? I watched.
Larson's a multiple-time winner. And so is Blaney. They're the only 2 multi-time Martinsville winners that are in your grouping.
It's been a good time this year, so we're going to keep it going. A long season ahead of us, so.
I honestly don't see anything I can nitpick there this time.
Look at that beautiful baby. Hi, baby.
He's sleeping. He's ready for the race.
Well, I hope the big guy here can give you a wonderful birthday present and go to Victory Lane. And didn't that help you load up a grandfather clock one day? Again, right? Your back still good? Yeah, I'm good. I'll be back. All right, Chris, it's always fun on the grid. I'm going to send it back your way, and you carry along, okay? I don't kid, but I do care.
You do care, and I'm glad you care. We all kid. I'm with Jamie
Maybe Bowman for Byron is what I would do if it were me. Just because Byron seems to do really well here in the spring race. Hell, he is the defending winner. He's won two of the 3 spring races, the last 3 spring races. I mean, that's the only one I would switch, but
We've seen aggressive drivers pushing some mistakes but trying to make something happen. Elton Sawyer, who is the NASCAR Senior Vice President of Competition, told the drivers in the drivers' meeting the word of the day is respect. All right, so he's sending out a little warning. Expound on that.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that the words mean nothing to drivers. I would tell you that points and money mean something to these drivers. So I don't know that that's nice that he said that, but I don't know that it's going to go very far.
Sonic, that's the only change I would make. You asked me my opinion, I give you my opinion. That's the only change I would make if I make any would be swapping Bowman for Byron. As I said, Byron's won 2 of the last 3 spring races here, 22 and 24. So.
Please rise as you are able. Remove your hats. And veterans, render a hand salute as the George Washington High School Navy Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors.
Or was it? No, Larson won last year here. No, it was Byron. Byron won last year. Because it was in the 10th anniversary scheme.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day that you've given us today, and a chance to be here at Martinsville and enjoy an amazing race. So we pray protection over everyone that is here, from the drivers and their teams to the fans in the stands, for the ones who make the awesome hot dogs and the ones who help us park. May your protection be over them all. And please be with our first responders and take care of them as they take care of us. Unite us as people. And we pray this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome the Virginia Army National Guard 1/9 Infantry Division Band.
funny how much Joey's son looks like him now. I was seeing that during the anthem. I was like, Joey Logano's son definitely is his son. There's no doubt there. Looks exactly like him.
Freshly sliced right in front of you. That's what they're all about. You on the cheer squad? And up she goes. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about me. Focus on those subs. Where the subs matter most. To Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
This is what joint pain looks like when you keep moving with Aleve. Just one Aleve. 12 hours of uninterrupted joint pain relief. Aleve. Strength to last 12 hours.
Fox UFL Friday lights up prime time with the reigning champs. This is what makes it exciting as the Birmingham Stallions take on the Michigan Panthers. Touchdown! Fox UFL Friday kicks off at 8 Eastern.
Yeah, Martinsville. Plus, if you came here wondering when the channel point prediction is, it's up right now. I got it up right now. I figured I'd do the two teammates since they're starting second and third today. I'll do them for the first stage.
We reviewed the history. We talked clocks, dogs, and paper clips. And finally,
Green flag is in the air.
we're here. At the bumper-to-bumper, tight turn, close-quarter, tangled messes of short track racing. This season's first taste of half-mile mayhem.
Top Martinsville Speedway. These guys are going at it so hard.
These guys are ready to do battle.
And with it, perhaps a winner finally returning to victory lane.
We'll see. Will we see a driver win their first race of the season, or will we see a repeat winner? Obviously, the debate every week.
Welcome to the NASCAR Cup Series from Martinsville Speedway. The scene of some great dust.
400 laps.
1947, when this track was built. It predates NASCAR. It's had a race every year of NASCAR's existence. And it's part of the
Yeah.
charm of NASCAR. A short track
How's that for when these races have been run? 1947, 1961, 1950, 1969.
we expect anything because, Kevin Harvick, this place is a grinder. It's tough physically, tough mentally. Doesn't matter if it's 500 laps or 400 like today.
It's going to test you in every way possible. Not only are they going to have a physical day in the race car with all the shifting and braking, in traffic, out of traffic, but oh, by the way, you're going to get run into from the back. You're going to have to run into somebody from the front, and it's going to be a physical day on your body and on your mind.
Well, and tires. Tires are what's going to win this race. Tire management, that is. These tires are going to wear out.
You missed my whole debate on it, Sonic. I literally just talked about it. I didn't watch it last night now, but I did see the finish.
I still believe in Blaney. I know he's starting in the back, but keep an eye on my man Blaney. There he is.
From 32nd position.
I don't know how you guys are hearing an echo, unless it's on the Fox side of things. How you guys are hearing an echo, unless it's on the Fox side of things.
But the Hendrick cars are all right there up front, and they've had such success here.
Well, we've got all four of those cars in the top 10.
I don't have I don't have any external speakers. How is it echoing?
We heard a lot of the drivers talk about managing the tires. These cars right here with the Hendrick cars always seem to be able to turn
What if I do this?
Forward drive up off the corner. So these guys
What about now?
through the years, these cars all looked really good in practice and look for them all to run up front all day.
Again, how?
Don't think for a second if you're going to come to
See, I don't understand that one because I have, because I don't know how that's possible. I have no external speakers.
Well, when you come to Martinsville, Martinsville think of Ryan Blaney because he's won 2 of the last 3 races here. Kyle Larson, best average finish over the last 5 races.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out is how is that possible if I have no external speakers?
11 straight top 10 finishes here. Denny Hamlin, 3 wins, top 5s, 9 of them. And Bubba Wallace, top 4 in 3 of the last 5 short track races. Well, that leaves Chase Elliott, the only driver to finish in the top 10 in every short track race last year. So pick your favorites and get ready for 400 laps of mayhem on the paperclip. Let's go trackside.
Martinsville Speedway. Give a big NASCAR welcome to Rue
Audio,
Reeves.
that's not working.
Representative, ready to fire engines with the most famous words in motorsports. Take it away, Rue.
Drivers, start your engines!
How in the world is it doing it? Because I don't understand how it's doing it. I'm trying to figure out though, because I'm not, like I said, I'm trying to figure out how it's doing it when there's no possible way. I have no external mic, or I have no external speakers. How could it be picking up audio from the stream if there's no external speakers? That's what I'm confused about. Someone would have to explain that one to me, because I don't know how you can have it picking up audio from something that's not there. No, I only have two audio channels in output and input. Audio, it's audio output, audio input, and then just my mic. That's literally it. Then there's desktop audio, but it's literally the same settings as I've been using all season. So it's not the mic that's echoing then. Huh. I don't know what's going on. If I knew what was going on, I'd try to fix it, but I don't know exactly what's going on. It's funny, huh?
Welcome back to the NASCAR Cup Series at Martinsville Speedway on FM. Here's some of the storylines for today. The winner has started outside the top 10 the last 5 races.
Ooh.
Last 7 winners, all 30 years.
That's something to keep in mind then. Last 5 races. So the last 5 races, and for the winner starting outside the top 10, and the last 5 races, the winning pass came with 30 laps to go. Definitely 2 things we're going to have to watch today then. I mean, it gives me hope as a Blaney fan, considering where he's starting, but...
Well, we're looking forward to watching it. Good luck out there today.
Well, like I said, we need to note the ones that are outside the top 10. If that's the case, you know, the last 5 winners.
And as he said, his first pole here. Chase Elliott is one of the favorites today, the 2020 Martinsville winner in a Hendrick Chevrolet alongside. Row number 2, 2 Hendrick Chevys, Alex Bowman, the 21 1 Martinsville winner, and Kyle Larson. It's the first time 3 Hendrick Motorsports drivers have started in the top 5 at Martinsville. Here's Regan Smith.
Well, that's surprising.
Motorsports numbers speak for themselves here at Martinsville. Nothing short of dominant.
First time they've had 3 of them start the top 5 here. That's actually surprising. Given their dominance here, I'm surprised that that hasn't happened till now.
He said it is just a level of excellence and an unspoken type of bond when it comes to this racetrack that everybody in the shop has and knows that they expect to be perfect when they come here. They still leave every time expecting just a little bit more. Alan Gustafson took it one step further. He said that it comes down to Jeff Gordon back in the 90s and how good he was here creating what they still carry through today. If somebody's going to win today, they are very likely going to have to go through a Hendrick Motorsports car.
It's their house. You know, anytime you go to a racetrack, there's certain teams that, you know, their tracks. Because what, Joey? You can't overlook Hendrick Motorsports. They really can't.
That's right, Kevin. And Bubba Wallace is coming off his best finish of the year. At Homestead, he finished 3rd, and he comes to a place he absolutely loves. He already has 2 of those clocks from winning twice in the Truck Series. Yesterday, after he was fastest, he said, well, that's bad news for the competition. That's the kind of expectation that they have with this race car. They worked a little bit on that long run, making it better. But this team, they are rolling, and they're having fun doing it, Mike.
All right. Row number 5, Tyler Reddick on the inside. On his outside, I haven't heard this name all day in pre-race. Keep an eye on him, folks. 24, William Byron.
Row number 6, we have Chase Briscoe, who finished in 5 of the last 6 Martinsville races, and 2-time Martinsville.
I keep an eye on Briscoe today, too. Another one that seems to do well here. Don't forget, he was a part of that race in 2022. Race for the win. Watch that 19, and that number obviously is his one here.
Believe it or not, they will be shifted up to 4 times a lap. Let's go to our Toyota Camry cutaway car, and let's look at what we call the no-lift shift. You're going to see the ECU on top of the dash, the electronic control unit. They preset the rev limiter there to 8,800 RPMs. Now, you've heard us talk about the 5-speed sequential shifter in the Gen 7 car, but here today at Martinsville, they'll be working between 3rd and 4th gear all day long. Now, when the driver picks the throttle up off the corner, he's in 3rd gear, and the RPM's going to be about 5,000. He'll hold the throttle wide open with a slight pre-roll on the shifter. When the RPM gets to 8,800, it unloads the engine. Just for a second, the driver shifts to 4th without lifting the throttle. Now, getting a normal downshift, getting into the corner, you go to 3rd gear, you just lift the throttle. Guys, it may not sound like much, but it's worth some gain in lap time, but you have to be careful not to spin the tires on restarts.
Oh, it's a big time.
Oh, yeah.
And basically what it's doing, right? You have to have load on those gears, and that load is what keeps it in gear. And as soon as it hits that rev limiter or you burp the gas, like Larry was just talking about, it takes the load off the gear, enabling it to shift. So when it hits that rev limiter, they're using that no-lift shift, if you will, to take the load off the gear and put it in the next one.
Yeah, and you heard Larry mention it, the fact that these tires will start spinning. Sometimes the rear tires will almost hop up off of the corner. And as these tires wear out and that wheel spin goes up, you do not want to get that thing hung on the rev limiter because the car will die and just stop. It'll take a second for it to get back going. So some are using no-lift shift and some aren't.
So the weather at the start of the week for Sunday was horrible, but every day the forecast has improved, and now we're close to 80 degrees. The clouds are rolling in. There may be thunderstorms tonight, but that's after this race finishes.
Well, so we might not see the wet weather tires, but these clouds.
Well, they have the wet weather tires there if they need them. 80, 100, 220. Remember, it's a shorter race, 400 laps. So.
Stage 1 and 2 without a pit stop, but that final stage, more than half the race, 220 laps. So, Larry, what's today's race strategy, sponsored by Straight Talk Wireless? Mike, there's big curving on the inside of both ends of the racetrack and the turns. Stay off that curving. It'll get you and someone running on the outside of you both in trouble. A late stage caution, maybe pit, flip the stage, and then you'll stay out at the stage break for track position. Stage 3 is 220 laps. Split it in half as far as pitting. Should it go caution-free? I think in stage 3, though, Mike, you'll see strategy all over the place. Thanks, Larry.
Yep. We see it every year here.
To sit in on Alex Bowman's team meeting this morning.
All right, we roll through here. Stages 80, 180, 400. First couple stages we don't have to stop, so that'd be pretty straightforward. Can't expect things to go right all the time, especially in a place like Martinsville. So if it doesn't, the execution will be what sets us apart. So George's home track, we'll let him break it down for us.
But just like that clock we're taking home tonight, it's time to wind it up. Clockwork on 3. 1, 2, 3, clockwork.
There's the pit crew for the 48, led by Blake Harris. On the route, Kevin Hamlin, the spotter. Martinsville was built in 1947. NASCAR started in 49, racing here on dirt. In the mid-1950s, Burt Meyer's grandfather won the very first race on a paved Martinsville Speedway. And his grandson, third-generation racer Burt, is in this field today.
Wow. That's a tie-in.
Few racetracks that still get me. When these guys line up at Martinsville, I get jealous every single
All right.
one of my favorite racetracks.
Lights are off on a pace car. And also the other thing I want to watch today is that high lane going to come in? Because we've seen it before here. We can get some racing here if that lane will come in. So it's just going to be a matter of whether that lane comes in or not. All right. Fellas, we're green at Martinsville. Also, I will have a guest actually on screen with me at the end of stage 2, so that'll be fun. Might be able to see your first, like, collab stream. He's another streamer. He does the races like I do to Anderson. Does iRacing, too. He actually works for MBM. He's kind of like an unpaid intern for MBM. No, I ain't that. I don't have that kind of connection to Anderson. Smaller streamer, Fiverr. Yeah, he's got roughly maybe the same audience I do right now for the stream, so. The rowdy would be interesting if I were ever to go that route. Considering I know him basically from an offline league. Dude, if I could pull Tony Stewart, that'd be fucking awesome. There's so much I would want to ask Tony.
Gets a good launch off the outside. Pulls a full car length ahead of Reddick and seals the deal.
Yeah, see, Reddick was not able to get up off the corner because he needed that real estate. And that 24 had him on the outside and mixed him off a little bit. He spun the tires. 24 drove off.
Yeah, the first car on the outside, that's Kyle Busch back in 14, challenging Josh Berry and Michael McDowell.
Yeah, he's one of the very few cars left on the outside of this racetrack in that second lane.
It's going to come down. I mean, this is the traffic jam.
It's something different I want to do. I want to try out the Twitch feature bumble, so.
He's only gained 2 spots. Really nowhere to go right now. Save your tires, settle in like we're watching these guys do. Let this long run prevail.
Yeah, in these first 20 laps of this run, you're going to see it more difficult to make up that track position and be able
Cal finally got a hole there in front of Ross.
take care of the car. The cars all handle really good for those first 20 laps. That's when we see 20, 25, 30 laps. You're going to see the difference in the cars start to eat up that right rear tire, and the cars start to fall off. They start to get loose in, tight in the middle, and loose off.
And what's going to show that the most?
Well, the top 5 cars currently are winners here.
Looks pretty good. Not a lot of rubber down, not much black in the corner. That will change, and it'll change in a hurry. I would say somewhere around lap 30.
stage end port.
Teammate Ty Gibbs, Josh Berry looking around.
First stage, it'll be the stage end.
Not able to gain ground here. Briscoe, nope. No pass there.
Yeah, and we noted it yesterday. We talked a lot about Josh.
Stage 2, we might see one because the sense of urgency starts to pick up a little bit, but when this first stage is only 80 laps, I think we're going to reach that before we see a yellow.
His short track pedigree is very, very high.
That's the Ford Performance Cam. Talked to Leonard Wood this morning. Of course, Wood Brothers, just about 20 miles to the west of here in Stewart, Virginia. They're all really looking forward to next weekend, the throwback week at Darlington. That's going to be something to see. All right, Ryan Blaney started 32nd. He has gained 1 spot.
Well, that's what we talked
Yeah, I was going to say, this is going to be rough. I feel like we got a good car here, but starting 32nd is my only concern. As long as we can stay on lead lap by the stage end.
Yeah, and as this field starts to have different variances of fall off and things that are happening from each car, that's when you're really going to start to see the passing. So that's why NASCAR went to this and Goodyear went to this softer tire to create some of that fall off. But they drive really good at the beginning.
You see that 14 laps in, when it's already down to about a half a track for you in the lap traffic. Doesn't take long.
Christopher Bell has the fastest lap of the race so far, 93.09 miles an hour.
And that rubber on the racetrack it's going to be a little bit different than yesterday. This track is very sensitive to the sun and the way that it lays rubber down. When it's overcast like it is right now, it takes a little bit longer for that rubber.
I just want to see if that stat they said that like the last 5 winners started outside the top 10. I want to see if that will continue today. It's kind of hard to think that it will when you look at the record of the drivers that are basically in the top 5 right now at this track, but we've seen stranger things happen.
And that downshift makes it more difficult. You see Bubba Wallace shifting right there in the middle of the straightaway. You see this downshift that he makes
Here no less too. Don't forget 2012. I mean, who had Ryan Newman pick to win the 2012 spring race here? I know I didn't. Kurt Busch once won the fall race in 02 from 36.
from a mechanical standpoint.
17 laps complete. Christopher Bell has led them all, and he's pulled away by about 4 car lengths from Chase Elliott and the rest of this field.
Well, his job's easy right now. He's out there putting down really fast laps. Only lost about 3/10 of a second, but when he catches these lap cars, he's got.
He sits in on commentary. I think he's still. I think he's the driver coach there at 23XI now. Yeah, when the cooling system failed, and that was 98 random. 98 when he was driving the 10 car. Oh, Brad locked him up there. Slide the left front. Don't want to be doing that.
If it helps, you should check. Totally should check. Yeah, he definitely needs Jag.
Racetrack to right. Level 1 motor oils and titanium drive. Drive more BTV.
Yeah. The Kurt Busch, Brad Keselowski one. It's funny because when Kurt's car had the door on the side of it from Brad Doran, the donut in the door, when he won it. Kurt passed Jimmy. That was Kurt's first win with Stuart Haas. I remember that race. I was actually happy when Kurt won that race too, because of everything he had gone through. No. Not unless you... Because you got to keep in mind, the whole Kansas-Logano deal was over a couple race span. It wasn't just Kansas. Remember, they tangled at Talladega too. They tangled at Talladega during the green flag pit stops. And Matt was pissed even post-race. You can see how pissed he was post-race. And then you add the fact that he got caught up in the deal when Logano and Brad did the teammate restart. That caused that wreck and tore Matt up. That's what finally, I think, set Matt over the edge and finally said, well, my day's done and my chance of winning's done. I'm taking you out with me. No, that's the thing. I don't think we have any instances, at least in the Cup Series, of anybody being done wrong. At least not so far through the first few races of this year. Now, Martinsville, yeah, is a good payback track, but yeah, I guess we know that Bell's got a good short run car, and Chase is a little better on the longer run.
That's exactly what we expected. You're going to see cars do that at different points.
Kind of expected that we were. I had a feeling we're going to see a lot of comers and goers today too, because that's Martinsville, and with the tire wear too, and get the sun popping in and out as well. We're going to see this all day.
We watched Elliott make the pass for the lead. His teammate Bowman, there he is right there, starting to inch closer to Bell. Jamie, what about Christopher Bell?
Well, I talked to his crew chief Adam Stevens this morning, and their concern was the long run. They didn't really know what they had.
Well, the top 5 starters are pretty much the same, except for Elliott around Bell at the moment. What debris? Who's already losing shit? He's like, who's already losing shit? We haven't had any cars actually hit the wall, so I'm surprised we actually had something on the racetrack.
That was not an expected caution. 80 laps, stage 1. That's the length of stage 1. So a pit stop would not be required. But
I don't know about pitting here though. Would you be willing to give up the track position? Would you be willing to get the track position now for the fresher tires? Well, nobody expected it either, Port. But then again, at this point, after what happened at Phoenix and what was the other race, I said, oh, this is not going to be a chaotic race. Yeah, they should be able to make stage 1 and 2 on gas, Fiver. The decision here is tires. See, Barry stayed out. I think Cindric did. Looked like there was one more car, but I couldn't see who the other one was. Yeah, we got a couple staying out there. I think I saw Blaney stay out, Priest. Bell wins the race off pit road. Then Logano. Each took 2 tires. Yeah, Chase, Bowman, Hamlin, Larson, Bubba. Zane with 2. Yeah, I think the smarter move there was to stay out. I like track position. Unless there's a really significant tire fall off, give me the track position, especially Martinsville. I can't give that up. I can't give up track position. Hello, Carl. Carl. I always say that because my sister likes to always say that. So, given where they were running, Zach, I like the call. I'm just not sure what kind of car he's got, so I don't know if he's going to be able to hold off these guys that have the fresher tires. I like the move. Like I said, if it were me, I'd be staying out at this point. Keep the track position. But at the same time, again, we only ran 30 laps. I'd like to see what the tires do first, because I know we got a tire that wears a little bit more for this race, so we'll see. Again, track position is so key here more than any other racetrack. I can't go at the track position this early in the race. The unfortunate thing is when you do pit, you're going to give up that track position, but hopefully by the time the reason you play that, or you try to play that is, oh shit, don't tell me it froze on me. Yeah. You're hoping that when you pit the next, when you actually have to pit is when the time the field pits too. That's the whole idea.
Some of the favorites here at Martinsville. 37 laps complete. We're under caution, and we've been watching the birds atop the light tower all weekend. There's a pair of them. They are Gertrude and Heathcliff. You guys just aren't old enough. My dad loved Red Skelton. He was a great comedian. He had a bit about these.
My grandfather, my mom's dad,
There they are. Yep.
like Red Skelton.
They are probably not liking that. I don't know who Gertrude is, but he might not be liking this loud noise, but he should have built a house at that racetrack.
All right, 6 drivers stayed out, beginning with Josh.
So we're going to restart, basically fourth on this restart, second on the outside.
Well, 2.5 rows with Bell on the outside. All stayed out. 4 shifts per lap, 400 laps.
Yes, Sonic. To say the least, yes.
It's 1,600 shifts we'll have this weekend. It's a lot of shifting. 2 up shifts, 2 down shifts, just down and up. I mean, you're doing 4 shifts a lap, basically. Honestly, knowing to shift that many times during a race, what the racetrack calls for, but it does get a little bit tiring. It can make for a tough day, for sure, in the race car. It's not bad. It's a lot of shifting, but to shift, it's fairly simple.
No, not Superman. I'm not a Superman guy.
These guys staying out. What was it going to be? Close to 40 laps to go. It's going to be exciting right here. A lot of.
Yeah, let's see. We were about halfway through this first stage.
These cars handled it in traffic. This was always a really difficult track with the aero situation that these cars are in. So now we've got cars mixed up on different tires. So this is going to probably get physical.
All right, see what happens. Cindric kind of got a little rough off the start. Yeah, Thunderbolts for sure.
Also spun the tires, and it's a big mix-up headed to turn 3. You're going to see these guys that stayed out on old tires really.
Ooh, Herps in a Hendrick Motorsports sandwich there for a second. Bowman and Elliott side by side. Yeah, that clears his teammate. Oh yeah, Herbst is getting drop kicked.
Never what you want to hear in Martinsville. Martinsville, middle of 3. I want to be bottom of 3, Kevin. We're going to be 3 wide. I want to be on the inside.
Yeah, you see that bottom lane stack up and probably in the wall right there.
And the cars before.
Okay. Yep. Kind of figured that's what I was going to see.
He was one of those that stayed out. And they're all over him in the rear. You got Bell on the outside.
Just a troll.
He's got his elbows out, making his car as wide as possible.
Yeah, Josh Berry just ran his fastest lap, so that track position is doing his car good. But we've got a battle in the middle of this pack.
Look out. Riley Herbst has now fallen back
I gotta
to the back of the field.
scroll this out of here. There we go.
That's what happens. Yeah, you get the clean track position for these guys that were able to get singled out up in the front of the pack, and it takes a little bit of time for the tires to overcome the aero side of everything that's going on. So
Bell and Logano side by side.
these guys want to see them race side by side that are leading this race. Josh Berry, Cole Custer, Austin Cindric, and
Well, you got 34 to 35 to go here, so we're gonna start to run out of time here for these guys that took the fresher tires.
And you got Bell on the outside, holding on to teammates behind him. So 35 to go in the stage. The 22 and the 20 took 2 tires. The cars behind them took 4.
And Joey might be able to get inside Brad here. Oh, he put the bumper. Hamlin inside Chase. Ooh, Priest tried to get, or excuse me, Keselowski tried to get in front of Bowman, and he got sent. And took Bell with him.
all right, I'm going to let you in, or I'm going to leave my fender in here and knock him up the racetrack like he did right there.
I think that all started with Denny Hamlin fighting for and taking the bottom, and everybody else up a little.
I don't know what Brad tried to throw a real late block on Bowman, and it just didn't work. He got sent instead. Well, in terms of the channel point prediction, Bowman ahead of Elliott at the moment.
In as much of the way as possible to keep as many behind you, but man, I always hated being on defense like this.
So me too, and it's so hard you can't find a hole. You're on at the spot again.
Hamlin trying to clear Chase. Chase is going to get in line thanks to his teammate. Meanwhile, Josh Berry out front. By about 2nd and 8/10.
Preceded that radio was actually trouble getting the right tire off on the pit stop that slowed the stop down. Unfortunately, with this many cars still on the lead lap right now early in the race, really a big penalty.
Oh yeah, trouble on the right front.
Speaking of losing spots, something sent Denny Hamlin way up the racetrack in turn 3, and he about lost it getting into 3. I didn't see a car around him. I have to go back and take a look at that.
Did Hamlin get loose? Maybe. I didn't think Chase was enough to his bumper to put the bumper to him, but battle between the teammates. Actually, all 3 teammates, because Cindric just ahead. Well, so far it's a gain. You got to hang on for 28 laps, but so far it is a gain. Okay. That commercial is exactly what I need. Use the restroom. FedEx wasn't wasting money. They weren't wasting money. And you're part of a guy that's a race-winning contender for almost 20 years. It's kind of a important decision if you ask me.
To go in stage
Josh Berry.
of the Cookout 400 at Martinsville Speedway. There's the lead that Josh Berry has over Cole Custer from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Since 1925.
Well, Bowman's hanging on over his teammate at the moment. 18 to go. So the channel point prediction right now looks like it favors Bowman. There's a Wood brother.
Hall of Fame crew chief Leonard Wood has had a great time here this weekend. Talked to him Wednesday at the Hall of Fame nominating committee meeting, of which he was a part. Larry Mack?
Yeah, Mike, when I look at Josh Berry, that 21 car, obviously he's got clean air, but the one thing I like about that race car right now, he is using a lot less.
Oh, we just had the one yellow, which was for the debris, John. Other than that, people in different strategies.
Don't build as much heat, which can also create a lot more brake heat as well.
Which, despite staying out, I kind of like where we're running, you know.
The temperature of the tires, that build up, brake temperature, and everything in between, and there's only one guy that has the affordability to do that, the leader.
Yeah, right now. Oh, as we see some contact right there between the 12 and the 2, Bubba Wallace going to take advantage and get past both of them.
We're still running better than where we were, so it's still a gain. We were running basically 30th, roughly 30th, 31st before the yellow, so they had to do something. Okay, the car on the move, especially on 2 tires, is his teammate right now. Logano's worked his way to P2.
So that's going to be something that you're going to fight all day if you're going to be in traffic.
Well, and the other thing that's hard, all right, so we're going to go to work on that. We're going to free you up in the middle of the corner and help that front end turn. Now you start getting loose in. Now you got 2 problems. Very tricky about this place. Don't let the car get too disconnected. Tyler Reddick trying to move up on Austin Cindric here. This race for 9th place. And Austin Dillon right there trying to get himself a stage point. 12 laps to go in stage 1. Another problematic situation with tight in the middle is loose off. The thing is eventually going to catch up, snap over there in the 3/4 mark of the corners, and then now you're chasing it on the throttle on the exit of the corner. So Reddick to 9th and Dillon to 10th.
Cole Custer doing a decent job hanging on.
Is abnormal here at Martinsville. Had some really good
Obviously, when you're out in the clean air, that's the best. That's the best car you want to be, is the car out front on older tires. So, kind of like where Berry is at the moment. That's why I said I like that I like that car when you can have the clean air. Might get Berry the stage win.
That car was 30th. 30th. This is a huge gain. Caution is out. I see it.
Caution's out. Oh, Busher's around. Well, now it's going to be interesting. Because I'll tell you what the smart move would be here. Especially after what we've seen with tires. I think you stop here and stay out at stage end. That would be my call. Stop now and stay out at the stage end. Oh yeah, we're going to go back green for the stage, John. Maybe 3-4 laps we'll get. Ooh. He tried to get clear. He tried to self-clear on Hocevar. He was not clear. He tried to self-clear on Hocevar and was not clear.
Larry, think we'll get back to green here before the stage ends? It's going to be a very short run. So do you want to stay out and score stage points? I think the majority
I think the smart play here is to come in. You come in and stay out at the stage end.
But you know if you don't pit, you're going to get buried with track position by the guys that just sit back there and save tires. So here they all come. Well, a lot of them.
Oh, Joey, that might be a penalty because he crossed the commit line. Unless they changed the commit line. I don't know about Logano there. Slowski stayed out. Bowman stays out. Chase pitted. Because, granted, not for the channel points, John, but it's the smarter move. The smarter move is to pit now instead of waiting to the stage end. Rock the Casbah. Rock the Casbah.
Hey, what's up, roomie? I got some Jersey Mike subs. Danny DeVito? Are you my freshman roommate? And that doesn't matter.
Depends on how many stayed out, John. Depends on how many stayed out and how many laps, because Bowman's going to be either first or second on this restart, so...
You want a Jersey Mike's?
Introduce us to your new roommate.
It's Danny DeVito. That's mine. Don't touch it. Where the subs matter most. It's a Jersey Mike's thing. A sub above.
We shall see. We're only going to have maybe, like I said, maybe two, 3 to go when we actually get the restart. So we'll have to see here. My guess is I think we're going to get 3, but... Of course, all that goes out the window if we catch a yellow in these 3 laps, too. Of course, that one's a louder song, so I'm sure everybody could probably hear that one.
In the oh-no department, here comes Bubba Wallace out of his pit, slam into the left side of Josh Berry. Got him right
Contact.
left side of the door, just outside where the battery's located. And Berry never made it past turn 2. The car came to a stop, dead stick.
That's unlucky.
grease and the dash was black. And the track
Quickly replace ECU. Well, it'll be 2-2 to go, actually. Couple guys stayed out. This is gonna get fun. 2 to go in the stage. I was watching this 22 prior to that yellow, and he was like, "Oh, Nemechek." Oh, that was Jones. Jones and Priest a little bit. 3 wide. Last lap for the stage. Joey Logano looks like he'll win the stage over Bowman. And there's still 3 wide back here. Try to sort that out. Logano wins the stage over Bowman, Allmendinger, Priest, and what a mess for 4th. 4th and 5th. Like I said, so far what I've seen done is kind of the way I wanted to see it done. As far as the way the strategy's worked out.
But that doesn't matter. This is a commercial for Jersey Mike's. What matters most are these softballs.
Wait, has Danny been hit up in my brother my whole life?
So how about I do this for stage 2? Let's do teammates. We'll do teammates again. Okay, that's funny. The very next song after that is I see you, Toby. I see you. Good old Martinsville, Virginia. I love Martinsville. Good times, you know. Fun to race. Yes, he did. Sadly, he did. And it was that last year?
Round 1 of the college basketball.
It was. I think it was just last year.
Butler at 3 Eastern. George Washington, Boise State at 5:30. Nebraska, Arizona State at 8:30, and Georgetown, Washington State at 11. It's the college basketball crown tomorrow on FS1. Boogity boogity.
I think that's what Daryl's doing right now, taking a nap.
Not yet.
Oh, he might be.
Yeah.
He might be.
So Joey Logano got the stage points.
Let's see if I can make this work.
Now 5 stage wins in stage 1 and 2. 15 top 5s in the stages, a lot of laps led, but look at the race results. No wins, only 1 top 5.
We'll see if this works now. I know I sent him an invite. Let's see if I can do this again. Where's my... Here it is.
Logano had the 5th most stage points entering today. And Brad Keselowski, who was fourth, got his first stage points since stage 1 at Daytona.
Let's try it again. I don't know where he's going to see it. Because I don't know how he...
The whole stage without stopping on either caution.
Okay, let's see if this works. I have him go click my thing.
As pit road opens, and here they come. Not so many, about 5 cars. Regan?
Like you just mentioned it right there, much needed stage points for Brad Keselowski. The team is very pleased about that. Told him that he needs to be freer for laps 60 to 80 through the runs if we get more, or if we get any long runs. That's what they're going to work on with him. And then 16 of AJ Allmendinger having another good run this week. He's having to drive through the front.
See, I'm trying to see if we can make this work. What if I do this? Hang on, let me try this. Let me try this. There we go. There we go. That might work. No, I don't need. I need it bigger.
Since David Pearson in the spring of 1973, their last victory here.
Let's see if this works. Try my best to see if I can get this to work.
What was that?
I know it's going to work, but so I'm back in here. So let me try doing this again. Okay, so it is pending.
Okay, so what? You have the answers?
You just want the answers.
Okay.
Alright. Let's get weird.
Get a grip on college with check.
See if this works now. What did I just do with the... Where'd it go? Shit, where'd it go? Okay, here it is. Okay, now let me see. Desktop audio in your streaming software, so I should be able to hear him.
But it starts here. Pro Plan Sport.
Can you hear me? See if this works, because I should be able to hear him. Okay, so I gotta do, yes, I see that. Scroll down a little bit more. Got it. So, okay, so that's working. Now, let me see. I'm still trying to figure this out. This is the first time I'm trying this, so. Okay, so if I copy that, then I go next. Oh, then I gotta add the browser source to it. So let me do this. So we gotta add this. Where is... Come on. Here we go. Yes.
Live at January, Chris Myers, a stage break and a break for the hot dog stand. We're watching the race, taking notes, but in line is everybody here at the world.
Did it work?
Hot dog stand, sir.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, now my mic is... No. No, come on. Come on, you bastard. No, it's not going to do that. Again, we're working on it. We're trying to get this to work. we're trying to make this work. Hopefully I'm trying to get this going before we get to this next stage.
The only tradition I
The chats are sharing, so we got that working. We just got to try to figure out why our audios aren't working. Oh, that's why. Dumb. That's why I'm not hearing them.
Well, back to the race.
Let's try that now. I gotta do. Wait, let me hang on. Refresh this.
That's a battery connector there.
Oh, that. There we go. I'm working now. So I wanted to see.
That is a battery they just changed out right there in both those cars.
Thanks, Larry. So Josh Berry now 2 laps down. Cindric tail into the lead lap. Up front. Here comes teammates Bowman and Elliott to lead us back to green.
No, I'm not streaming to Discord.
Cole Custer, Kyle Larson, Bubba Wallace.
Come on. Okay, so it's working on that, and I'm just trying to figure out why we can't hear each other's audio. Because I don't know if he can hear my audio. Why is this not working? That's okay, we got the race going on, so we can keep track of this while we're doing this.
Now the driver who won the stage, Joey Logano, was the first of the cars that pitted under that caution. He restarts 26th.
Well, that's the risk that you take when you don't pit with the whole field, and then the whole field decides that you're going to have to come to pit road, and you don't. You get the
Why can't? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Check.
Bubba Wallace inside Cole Custer, and a battle for second. Denny Hamlin.
Trying to figure out why this is. You know what? Let me do this. Because we might be able to do it this way. Because the only thing we're missing is the audio. So let me try this. We got the video seems to be working.
So that's 63 laps ago.
Well, the way that this race has gone at the beginning is not what anybody.
Let me see if this will work.
Green flag in a Gen 7 race during this spring race, so we're already twisted up compared to what we've seen in the past year. So if we get along, I'll be interested.
Wonder what's going on. It's weird that it's doing what it's. You know what?
On the outside of Bubba Wallace, so he's got a whole line of cars on the inside of him now. So it's going to be interesting to see what this strategy shakes out to be.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Is can the chats hear me and him right now? As long as you guys can hear us, I just want to see if we can hear each other. Is my big problem right now.
To the inside of Nemechek on those worn tires. Cole Custer following up through, and then our pole sitter, Christopher Bell in the 20.
Yeah, and you see that 54 and the year that they've had right now. That you see him running in, let's see, 6th right here. So really fast yesterday in practice.
Let's try. Okay, now I think we can hear each other.
With everything that he's been doing, so the things that they have done on pit road, they've had good pit stops. They've dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's so far. So now you got the track position to go along with everything else.
Well, we made it work.
Yes, good. He's just working to some extent. I'll have to try to figure out. It's weird that it's not having the audio sync for us.
Yeah, for some reason I saw that I was moving tall and it lights up, so I was lighting up, but I didn't see
37 cars on the lead lap. The only car lap down is Josh Berry.
I know I've had to turn them up, Anderson. So yeah, I chatted with him a little bit during the one stream before, and we chatted actually off of Discord. But this is breakfast. I don't know if there's any other way you want me to refer to you, but he streams, does race streams like myself. He also does iRacing. But the reason I wanted to bring him in for the collab today is he works for NBM. And with them running today with Casey Mears, I thought it would be cool to bring somebody that's a part of the industry. And for my chat's purposes, I'm sure your chat's familiar. Do you want to explain what your connection is and what exactly it is that you do?
So at the moment, I do marketing so that it turns in finding sponsorship for the team so the team can race. However, this is only because I live in Texas. I'm a mechanical engineering student. I had used my way to
Tough to start the season, but the way that
international
those guys have started it, you see John Hunter getting passed by the 4 car on the outside, and sometimes I think that's a better strategy to be able to just let the guy go on the outside of you so you don't get that full line of cars in case you wind up with a hole. You can make some better lap time, but still bleeding positions.
So the 42 was 33rd when they chose this strategy. We'll see how it plays out here as he's back at 16th. Well, 17th as Suarez
got chewed up by
the outside.
Well, you better be careful not to beat it. Really struggling to keep speed here.
So when I was there,
passing on the inside, the outside,
I pretty much did everything.
Sideways and everything in between. Here comes another one, Haley on the inside.
And the question that I would ask Larry, do you think that they're going to try to split this stage with as bad as they're running?
Kevin, that would be a stretch. This is a really short stage, and you and I both know you make a green flag pit stop, you're going to go 2 laps down. I just think this is too short of a stage to do that. Third stage, yes. Just not sure about this stage.
Ty Dillon to the inside of the 10.
Pre-race.
Moving Nemechek back to 19th, and there's Joey Logano in 20th. Remember, he started back about 27th after being the first car at pit road at the end of stage 1. And so here come the cars with fresh tires.
That's Nemechek on the outside, and they're just stacked up all around him. Just very tricky to try to navigate around that car. Obviously down on tires. Look how bad they're stacked up behind him trying. As one gets stacked up, it gives you an opportunity to make a run on them. Patience is a virtue right here.
Byron, Dillon, Hossam are all lined up to move to the inside.
So yeah, that's the reason I kind of brought you in was just because to get the extra insight as we watch Martinsville today. And anything you've seen so far just for the first stage, which you think?
On the inside of Alex Bowman, we talked yesterday during the qualifying show just how good the Stewart Haas cars have been in Martinsville over the year, over the past years, and now you've got the Haas factory team, Cole driving the car, single car team, and that success and everything that they've done in the past seems to be bleeding over to Martinsville with the performance of that car.
Let's move up to second place, Denny Hamlin. Jamie?
Now, I've been watching what Denny Hamlin's doing. They unloaded this week, and they really like the pace of this car. They really like this new tire, this softer tire they unveiled here in the fall. That plays into Denny's hands. They made some adjustments since the drive-off isn't great. The guys really talk about Denny Hamlin being so good here. Under 5 times. But Mike is hard to believe it's been 10 years since Denny Hamlin took home the top. Perhaps taking back to that.
Jamie, you're right. He told us in the pre-race he came with a different setup. He was tired of running second, third place. Kevin, he told us he felt like that's all he better he was. The second or third place car came with a different setup and a new vision, new outlook.
Hey, bumper cars. Eric Jones. Boy, he and A.J. Allmendinger have been going at it. A lap and a half ago, Jones gave Allmendinger the boot going into turn number 3. Back down in turn 1, and Allmendinger repays the favor, and it was more than bumper tag. It sent him up a lane. Watch this.
And I always say that because the lap before I was watching.
It's a little like last night's Xfinity Series dumpster fire.
It wasn't that bad, but
not quite.
You could definitely tell they were not happy. You knew something happened there. Eric Jones just doesn't nail you in the rear like that. I mean, he came from nowhere. Hit him hard.
And that's how hard they fight here for 27th place. Chase Elliott leads at Martinsville.
How are you feeling about the exam?
I'll get it. Sure. If it was secret,
If it helps, I'm using check. Total game changer.
I should check.
Yeah, he definitely needs Jug.
And I'm still, I'm listening at the same time as I'm still trying to get this sorted to see what I can do to get us both a little bit better settings here and get things set right.
As long as I can hear you and chat with you guys.
Yeah, that's yeah. I was just trying to see because this feature is new, and I'm trying to learn this feature as much as anything else. I wanted to try it because it seems like it'd be a cool feature, just something I could work and try and do even further.
I was intrigued by the Josh Berry battery issue, and then Austin Smith kind of the exact issue. That's the issue we struggled with all last year. Really bad. He never really understood or figured it out what the battery issue was, because it was happening over the last year, and then I started working there. I started seeing the same exact issue with that issue in Chicago. We actually won the batteries that Saturday of practice. That Charlottesville took together, and then we had to go to Nashville. With the same battery problem again. We showed off. Not sure what the issue was. And Chad, we tried to start the car up. There's a certain goes into starting these cars with the battery, and if you do it wrong, especially like hitting the brakes and the gas or something like that, it kills the battery entirely, cautions down. But yeah, but if you don't process correct, it'll kill the whole battery. So then we got a new battery. Looks like Burt Myers.
Oh, okay.
He was kind of very small in the body, or front of the lap of it. I need to see him come out again. Oh, he stopped.
Let me try. Because it kicked this. Let me see if I can do this again. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so let's bounce out of the here. Oh, I think we could still we'll still say in the VC, but I think I got this working now. Awesome. I think I know what I had to do to actually get it to do what I wanted it to do.
We are under caution. Burt Myers' car coming down the front straightaway lost fire and coasted to a halt there. You saw he was trying to turn into the garage area, couldn't quite make it. They will push the number 50 to pit road. That is the fourth caution flag of the day. Casey Mears should get the free pass.
Hey, Casey gets free pass. How about that?
Larry, what are you thinking here? Yeah, Mike, everybody's got at least 30 to
Yeah, I can hear you. But do a check now. Talk real quick. I want to see if the chat can hear you.
Breakfast. Tracy may not have 100 cautions like last night.
Hey, Basket Chat, you guys hear him real good, or?
Sammy Smith is going to get payback for himself. Check.
They are the biggest lap leaders here so far. Nemechek wasn't the only one.
Okay, they're saying it's better, but I might see if I can. There's a way I can bang your audio up a little higher here. Because they're saying you're soft, but.
Mike said that as well. That guy right there, he's been munching all day. It's fun to watch.
Hey, this is the first time we're trying this, so I'll preface for both chats. This is the first time we're trying this, so we're working on it. Everybody's to pit road. And a couple staying out. Now, I will say this, I kind of like what you do, and I'd have to figure out a way to do it myself. You actually have where I see you watching the in-cars. You get the in-cars when they go to commercial.
HBO Max, yes. On Icon Live, we have to give thanks to life. He had that membership. I
coming in
and
Bowman stuttered, but
then got going. Yes.
And so no
contact,
no collision.
At the end here. And I just like to give, to gain a better understanding of what's going on. It's a little bit more fun. It's out of the ordinary. It's not the same thing. You don't get this on TV all the time, They just give you the cameras are on the track. And there's a lot of fans that are always curious. Well, like today, now with this season, okay, your driver wrecked out. Okay, well, yeah, they can go fast. Or if there's a streamer, who has that capability, well, boom, you can go ask them, hey, can you take the position? Oh, no, our car's getting pushed.
Oh, do they? Yeah, it looked like it wasn't running when you switched the in car. Wonder if did it shut off when Casey went in his box?
I think I just heard him say it died.
Yeah, I'll try that kernel, see if that works. I've been trying to play with it. Let me try. There's something I want to try here. I just need to get to it. So that looks a little bit better. See, at least for your streams, it sounds like I'm higher on yours. Let me see if I can turn my volume down a little bit. Just a little bit.
So I'm assuming the battery issue that
on April 23rd, the accountant is
back up.
But this time,
so
he brought his brother.
that's him. Very happy. Unrelated. They're not the same situation. It's the same battery issue.
Oh, so it's battery.
And then we still, so the motor we have, it's a ground sheet. It's definitely not the motor, but the motor, it's not, it's weak, it's not the greatest. These other teams, they even have a short track or flag.
They're all teeing it up at Live Golf in Miami. It starts Friday. Only on Fox, continues on FS1 and Fox 3 weekend. Here at Martinsville Speedway, varying strategies. Some did it, some didn't. As we are halfway through stage number 2. 50 laps to go as you look at all these in-car views. They line up on the back straightaway to get ready to restart. Denny Hamlin and Bubba Wallace.
All right.
Up front, and here's the battery change.
What do you think of your perspective on this race report? What have you like?
I like that there is we're seeing the difference with the tires as far as people's the varying strategy. I just want to see who actually that's going to work out for the best, Hamlin and Bubba.
In the stage, Hamlin very well can sweep the stage. Skatewalking. He's got the lead.
He's got clean air, track position. Depends on how quickly those guys that are on a little fresher tires are able to cut through here. I know Briscoe's the first one out there, but I think Briscoe took 2 on his stop.
about bringing a different setup to the racetrack. They knew that they needed to get better. A lot of learning going on for the end of the year. This race holds such an important spot in the championship and being the cutoff race before you go to the last race.
Well, I think it eats on him too. Right? I mean, this guy dominated this track. This was by far one of his better tracks.
My
When you came to Martinsville, you had to outrun Denny Hamlin. That was with the old car. Look at this.
I had one of the guys in my chat's asking you, who's your driver? Well, I think I don't know. I think he was asking more, who's your favorite? Which I knew that I asked you that, and we had our little conversation on Discord. So now we'll evaluate further. How about all time? Is it still Busch?
Jimmy Johnson. I grew up on
Zane Smith.
my favorite couple of line into turn 3. And I just
I'm glad he caught that rabbit.
Well, when it gets jumbled up like this, and you have those opportunities to take them 3 wide or gain 1 spot, I mean, it's so important to take advantage of that. So you have to be aggressive. You have to put the nose of that car in there when you have the opportunity to make up a position.
You don't see Ricky Stenhouse because he had another speeding penalty, his second of the day, restarted out.
Stenhouse apparently got a speeding penalty. One of the things I meant to ask you when we were in Discord, but I figured I'd ask you in here, when did you actually get involved? When did the interest in at least NASCAR? I know we talked about how you eventually ended up where you did with MBM, but as far as interest in NASCAR goes, when would you say that actually?
I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that NASCAR most said PlayStation 2 video game.
It becomes difficult to
that was '07. '07 was the one that had him with the M&Ms. He was also on the '09 cover, but that was Best Buy. But
I got that game. Flat tires, the fact that he could go backwards in the track, both each color. That video game got me. That's toward the back. That was a lot of bump and thump. A good bit of it.
that's kind of an interesting way for somebody to have got, because most of the people I know, at least in the chat and on Discord, they got in watching the races. You actually got in by playing the video game, and it drew your interest into, I want to get involved and check this out. That's interesting. That's a cool route to go, I think, honestly.
Having a great race car like Josh Berry had, just drove off in that first stage and was able to really showcase that. But see some contact right there with the 20 car and the 99. The car in front of them we hadn't mentioned very much.
Let me see. I might have to bring it up again. I know it died already once on me where I had to bring it back up again. No, it's still showing.
Good crossover by Elliott, making quick work of Suarez. Bill got him up out of the groove. He crossed over.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's textbook Martinsville racing. You don't always have to be the aggressor. Somebody else wants to lay the bumper to him. Go ahead and let them.
I'll keep this up. Then I'll add him back. Let's see if he can join back in there. There we go. And it didn't change your audio. Your audio still sounds the same from when you first joined, so we didn't have an audio problem from the sound of it. So it sounds like Ty and Gibbs and Cindric are having cool suit issues.
And that's what happens. That cool suit starts pumping hot water, and then it fills your shirt up with that hot water, and you unplug it. But at that point, it's already hot.
Where did Josh think come from?
And that's why they took it all out.
He's stayed out. He was one of the group that stayed out. And I know Hamlin, Wallace, Gibbs, Chastain, Suarez, they stayed out under the previous caution. Everybody else kind of came in, so I didn't see because we were trying to get this sorted out if anybody's on 2 tires or not, but I'm assuming they all took. I think Briscoe's the only one that might be on 2. Like everybody, I think Elliott, Blaney, Larson, I think they're all on 4.
It's always such a busier day in the back of the field because you're always side by side. You're running into somebody's running into you. Way better up here.
I don't know what you have planned after the race tonight, but over on my Discord, we're gonna do some Jackbox game. If you ever play the Jackbox games, so. Hey, we do a variety of them. It's not just one that we focus on. So, like I said, if you're just thinking of something to do, well, that's what we're gonna do tonight. So. Just like come hang out. I may end up throwing streaming it on here after, but we'll see. I don't. So half the time, if we do stuff, we don't necessarily stream it, but. Switch over. I'm gonna switch over to yours because I know you get the in car, which I'm telling my chat, go check out his stuff, especially the iRacing stuff he does. I watched your iRacing streams and watching you on. Obviously, we screen shared it the one night. It was like watching your iRacing stuff. To be fair, to be honest.
Actually, I guess the best way to put it. We have our Bubba Wallace days, which are the good days, and then we have our Roast Bar days, which are like just straight, what is the guy doing? Kind of want to mix it up a little bit. Let's see what's going on with that. Danny Hamlin audio. Or, actually, no, let's definitely mix it up.
Also, I think it's interesting. You know, I've been doing the race streams since 2019, and I love that more and more people are doing it. Granted, yes, there's the risk you get taken down. Hell, I've been taken down. I've got people. I got one guy in my chat that's been here since I started doing it. So he could pretty much vouch for that fact. But I love the fact that more and more people are doing it. I want to see it eventually get to the point, like I know NASCAR already is going to the Amazon, going to the streaming. That's where I want to see them go, because I think you could reach a much wider audience that way. It amazes me. Again, you could back me up on this. Depends on what your stream, or what you've seen on your stream, the amount of people from around, not just the country, but around the world that join in the chats, like, hey, I'm from such and such, or hey, I'm from here, is amazing to me.
Sometimes they get a little bit too eager to get carried away. They start asking questions. I'm like, oh, yes.
23 laps to go in stage 2 of the Cookout 400.
Exactly. I'm the same way. If people start asking, it's like, okay, I'll explain that.
1.7 seconds.
I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I'm a little bit caught off guard shocks and thousands that I learned. Get an idea versus being out like a Hendrick or
3 drivers reporting cool suit issues. Austin Cindric, Eric Jones, Ty Gibbs.
I learned so much
with their driver cooling today.
And it's crazy because like I look back and I'm like, wow,
it's really starting to rubber up down here. I was watching off before. You can see this groove right here where the right sides are going. Starting to navigate around it, Kevin. I heard you talk about that patch on the outside. This patch, it starts to become grip.
But I will say, when you have a person in the shop, 70, 69 years old,
you slide across there with no front tires, you hit that patch, and once it turns, the more rubber gets built up, the more they move around.
You can learn a lot just from that one person.
Whoa!
Too far.
Yeah, they just showed Bowman's moment now on the actual broadcast, so. Okay, I'll put the shared chat up. I didn't realize that dropped out, but I'll That works.
right now. Very fast, picking them up and putting them down.
I think Chase is we're starting to see the
He told us in a pre-race.
Chase is having the fresher tires now. So now he's starting to reel past Gibbs and
Taken away from this.
Well, you saw him right there with a really high entry. Now he's going to have to go under
So yes,
the
tired
50 car right next to the curve, right the curve. But he had a really high entry on the other end and kind of cut across the middle of the corner, which tells me, see if he does it again here. Right back to the bottom of the racetrack. Must have just done that for traffic, but as these guys go through this rubber, they'll start moving around. You see the car behind him.
Casey gets some screen time now. He's behind Bubba. I know. So each time it pans around the camera, it's like, okay, there's Casey.
He was moving on the outside, opened his entrance up and diamond across. That guy right there, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff Gordon, nobody did it better than Martinsville. They're moving around and finding ways to pass that car in front of you. You know what box he's sitting on today? That 9 car.
Byron, Joey Logano, this is for
a lot more
place right here. Larry Mack?
Yeah, William Byron.
Yeah, I think that was actually that used to be the requirement. I know when they had the young guys, the rookies coming in, is you had to run the short track first before you could run the bigger tracks.
You're dead in the water when you're tired of it. You can't carry momentum. You can't get off the brake and let the car work. You can't pick up the gas because it hasn't rotated around. You're going to have to get that thing freed up. Needs a pit stop, but you're right. Goes back to what Bell told us yesterday after practice. The cars free up as a run goes. So maybe, just maybe that plays in his role as this run plays out.
Yeah, and as we watch Austin and Ty Dillon right here, the problem is, Clint, this Gen 7 car through the center of the corner is always naturally kind of tight here, and especially when you're in traffic. So what happens when you start talking to the crew chief about freeing that car up, a lot of times what will happen is it'll start getting loose on the entry, and it'll start getting loose on the exit, and it'll affect the entry and exit more than it will the center of the corner. So always a tricky balance that, honestly, I was never very good at.
Now, Denny Hamlin is now caught.
It's actually our first conversation I
First
had.
of those will be Ricky Stenhouse, and as you talked earlier, these cars will be a little harder to put one lap down. They're all trying to stay on the lead lap.
And you see Denny Hamlin, he'll start working that high groove to try to cut across like we were talking with Chase Elliott. He'll start working up the racetrack right here, diamond the corner, and then cut the car down next to the curb to try to get the drive off to get position.
And this may take something out of his lead, which was 1.7 seconds when he caught Stenhouse.
Again, those first two cars have older tires when you look at Denny Hamlin and Bubba Wallace, and Chase Elliott's now really starting to shine on that fresher tire advantage.
And you can see him, and you're exactly right. He was 3/10 faster the last lap. He was catching up very fast.
You see him right there, inner really high, cut back across the bottom all the way back to that curve. That's what Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott, the guys that typically have success here can move around and do the things that they need to do with their car.
Coming to 8 to go in stage 2. And that lead was 1.7, is now down to 1 second.
Tell you what, I cannot believe I just heard you say 8 to go in stage 2 already. This race is flying by.
Yeah, you see Denny out there still struggling, trying to get by Ricky Stenhouse, and Stenhouse wants to hold him up as long as he can to try to keep him from getting to the next car to put them a lap down. He wants to fight as hard as he can to try to stay in that lucky dog position, so it makes it tougher on the leader than usually the second, third place cars.
Well, the cars that Hamlin is trying to lap, they have 50 lap newer tires than he does.
That's the textbook line that we were talking about with Chase Elliott. Entering high, cross.
We got a somewhat of a battle here at the end of the stage.
They're trying him on the inside now. I think Bubba kind of moved up, saw what he was doing, got underneath of him. Here we go. Pass for second.
I was talking with Bubba yesterday. We did an interview with him.
Also, I kind of do something on my channel, the channel point prediction, which I'm going to have set up for stage 3. I do it basically for every stage, do something. I just think it's kind of cool to have these guys interact in the chat. It's like, make them put some stakes on it, and not exactly like Vegas style gambling, but still something fun. That because the debates will come in, like I'll say something while the prediction's going on, and I'll literally watch the numbers flip because of something I say. So it's kind of funny how I can sit there and kind of influence where people put their channel points.
47 car, go by him, and now he's got cars that are nose to tail.
2,500 laps.
Never an easy pass here when you're trying.
He's been since 06 pretty much, so I think he made the fall race in 05. So yeah, he's been. I think the most shocking thing to me is the fact that Hamlin hasn't won here since 2015, 10 years ago. Even though he has 5 wins here. Yeah, there's Chase. Get to the inside. We'll see if he's going to be about 7/10, I think, once he gets clear of Stenhouse. I think Hamlin's got enough here for basically a lap and a half. It's going to be close, but I think Hamlin's going to be fine for the stage win.
Chase has made up a ton of time on Denny being held up.
I mean, the first car just
Denny's going to get this stage
last. Someone like Hamlin beating. Wow, what's that? Oh, look at that. That's the flying right there. So that looks like.
It's rubber.
No, that looks like the wraps.
Well, there was rubber that came off of Hamlin's car when he came across the line, too. I've seen that, but I think I know what you're talking about. There was like a real big piece in the air as they came to the checkered, so I don't know what that was in the air, but...
If it helps, I'm using check. It's better than that. Step-by-step guidance, real experts, and practice questions. So I know I've got it. Yeah, he definitely needs
Final
it.
stage. This is where a lot of things start to shake. Strategies are still in play, but if you are in the top 5, strategy kind of just it's kind of just basic. And then you run halfway, hit halfway, finish where you can finish, try to save as much tires as you can. Which at this track it kind of really doesn't matter. You can run 50 laps, still have good tires. However, just for the sake of lap time, we do want to save tires and whatnot. If we could go back at least 10 years ago, the term saving tires, yes, still a big difference, but I don't think it'd be this strenuous as it is today. Absolutely ridiculous. It's the best way to put racing today is it's just, and that's why I think the OG NASCAR fans, this is my belief, the OG NASCAR fans that used to show up at the track, used to pack the track out, have a great time, full of the stands, I just don't think they like this type of racing today because today's racing is computer racing. Everything is done on computer, data, it's just not as necessarily as fun. However, it can still be fun from a strategic standpoint because strategies, and we've seen it before, strategies can probably push someone out of the way. Or they can make someone today, especially with this build of this car. I mean, this car is like, this thing is like a tank. And it's got good durability, some
Nobody
hits,
starts telling
but
these
the
kids
drive and the package is
12 and 13, respect.
Respectively.
Respect your equipment, respect that other driver, and respect his ability. You know what I mean? Because if you race him that way, he's going to race you that way. You know what I mean? It has
a lot of people come to
snowballed
and say they want to see the car tomorrow.
that noise just gets louder.
To be honest with you,
People think it's okay to dive into the last corner.
No,
and take
real
some
part of
time.
me
People
kind of
think
wants to
it's
see
okay
these guys
to
run
make it
track
6
and
wide, where it should be 2 wide. People think it's okay. And they think the
Yeah, that's how I got
they
into
think it's
NASCAR.
okay, but it's
That
not.
Gen 4 era.
Now that was Kevin Harvick's happy hour presented by Apple Park.
It's funny because I've seen it all over the place as far as what people like. To me, the most wild thing, again, having having lived through it. Oh yeah, and they're showing yesterday what happened yesterday. But to me, what I think is most interesting is to see the love for the COT. When that car came out, it got reamed when it came out. That's why it's so weird to me to see people. Oh, we want the wing. Give us the COT with the wing. It was like, where were you guys 10, 15 years ago? I should say 15, 20 years ago. But
Tried to justify it, but it's definitely not what we all want to watch, and not the racing that we were brought up in. So it would have been better to just make the.
It's funny that flag man that's on top of the stand waiting. The flag, I actually know that man.
Penalize on moves like that.
Well, I'm sorry. I said the Xfinity Series was a dumpster fire. It's not. A dumpster fire is contained.
I love Carl.
And that series is not right now. So this morning, NASCAR Director of Competition Elton Sawyer said in the drivers' meeting, he referenced those two races, and he said the key word in the tower today is respect.
Just because of all the issues that they go through as a team and how much they hold back
what does that
the
mean?
NASCAR tech.
All right. These kids,
The inspections from all the officials, they do get pissed off with them because they feel like they
right? You get the pass me. There's no consequences, is what I'm trying to say.
For example, garage hours close at this
If it's that blatant and that outlandish, that is
like a Saturday closes at 6 for example, Chicago. Well, the NASCAR officials can't leave the garage until all the teams have left. They lock it up. So we kept them there for the extra 5 to 6 hours.
Well, then they need to get out of the way with those security guys.
I want to say 4.5 hours.
Respect. He was talking about today's race and today's drivers who are
Chicago retired.
Tuesday is penalty day in NASCAR, and
so
we'll
they
be
will have
paying
to
very
get
close
close
attention.
Regan, he fell attacked 3 or 4 times. You know,
extremely tight center is the primary problem. Asking for water already as well, and Chase Elliott in the 9 car. Cars took a step tighter in that run, about 25%
Yep.
previous run. It doesn't want to reach
you have to keep going multiple times. We'll get pissed off. Now, for the big teams, they're not going to care because the big teams won't figure it out. But when you're the smaller team, who has a certain reputation from the past, you know, blah, 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 it kind of just makes it more strenuous to deal with.
Cole Custer, he was blocked from getting into his pit, had to stop after Alex Bowman's pit, and then back
a lot
up
of those
against
NASCAR official guys, they're really nice, cool show people. They got some of them have regular jobs.
Stage 2, where Denny Hamlin has scored.
Crazy enough, they don't even live in Chicago. I mean, not Chicago, North Carolina. A lot of those NASCAR officials, they live in other states, and they become NASCAR officials. NASCAR flies them out to where the race weekend is, pay for their hotel, whatnot, and that's pretty much it. So it's kind of crazy. So if you wanted to be a NASCAR official, you could.
yeah, that would be. No, the graphic when they came off pit road was showing Bubba has taken 0 tires. So I think it was a graphic fail because they. Well, I was gonna say I was letting you finish what you're talking about. It looked like Elliott's crew got a little hung up on the left rear, but I think because of where they came in, they still came out second behind Hamlin. But it looked like they had a little hiccup on the left rear. It looked like. I don't know. They could have just been waiting for the rest of the waiting on fuel, but it looked like there was a hiccup on the left rear.
No, with this track, you don't need fuel. Once they get to lap 250, for safety precautions, you're good on fuel. So it won't matter. However, you still don't want to play that mode.
Well, yeah. I kind of figured going to Martinsville today, it's going to be the tires more than it is fuel when it comes to Martinsville because they normally, we've never seen a fuel. Well, I knock on wood when I say this because it doesn't mean that it couldn't happen, but I don't think we're ever going to see a fuel mileage race at Martinsville. But yeah, I mean, if we can work out the bugs with that, I think the reason why I think honestly we'd be able to have both our cameras on right now, but because we both are on our respective streams, it won't recognize the camera through the other source. So that's why you're only hearing us. You're not seeing the other person on each other's stream right now.
Yes.
Like you would normally see with the other collabs, because I think what they do, and it's something I'd have to look into doing if we do this again, is starting that first before the actual stream. Maybe then it would do it. I don't know. That would be something I'd have to experience. Again, for this being the first time we're trying this.
Yes. So I know there's a lot of curious fans out there, and whatnot, and I told you I do some sponsors. Why sponsors are important in the role of sport master. So I'll just give you all this simple, quick expense rundown. Funny enough, this is the expense from Martinsville last year. Last year, the exact expense for the entire pricing expense. So the winnings that we took home last year was $27,044. The sponsor that we got total was about $10,000. So total for winnings and sponsors, we took home $37,000. No, that's not enough. That's sometimes you gotta do that. So for the crew, again, these crew guys aren't, it's not big teams, they're not getting paid a lot. This was their total, but it came just about to about $5,000 to pay the crew and the spotter, which the spotter usually has most of the checks. So if you want to be a race spotter, listen, get paid good. You get paid, depending on what team you run in the Cup Series, you can get paid at least $1,500 for a weekend. So if you want to be an NASCAR spotter, just make a quick $1,500 on a weekend. There you go. Now for fuel, van fuel, and get tires and whatnot, that came about to about $25,000. Now you have to pay an entry fee to get into these races. And these entry fees are just about $5,000. And then you have to buy tires for $50. However many cents of tires you buy, that's going to be the price. So you spend about $7,500. And then for pit equipment, we paid about $1,000. So there's about $15,000 there for track stuff. So in total, we spent about $15,000 just alone for the Martinsville weekend. So we only profited $7,000. So that's just a little rundown of the expenses as far as pay, how this stuff works, and why it's important to have sponsors.
All the way from 32nd, finally established.
Yeah, like I said, that's why kind of I wanted to bring you in when you suggested this, because I love hearing this knowledge. This is the stuff you don't hear. This is the stuff you don't, somebody, the casual fan does not hear. And that's what I like to hear, is to hear, okay, what's it like from the inside, the internal, from inside it.
It does help. I'm not going to lie. You learn information. And doing the research myself.
The farther that he's moved his way towards the front, the better that car is going to handle. So
you get more appreciated, and you realize that NASCAR is just not about one left.
Out of all walls, I'm watching
Way more
there.
complicated.
In front of these guys, I'm telling you, Briscoe, all these
That's why it doesn't so much irk me anymore when people make that jokes. Oh, hey, NASCAR, you hit the gas, turn left. It doesn't so much bother me anymore now. But I just wish I could. Well, if you actually did your research and actually looked into it, it's more than just that.
never lifted. As soon as that thing bumped the rev limiter, went right back into gear. That's time.
Like I said, we're getting some different players. I'm seeing we're getting some players back up here. Bell's back up here. Obviously, Blaney's recovered to 5th. Chastain hanging there in 8th. See Logano, the Stage 1 winner. Punched his way. Yep, no problem. So yeah, this is just let you guys know in chat. This is just. It was an idea that popped in my head when he made the suggestion in my chat for the one race. I was like, yeah, I could probably do this, and let's try it out, see how it works. Something different, something to, especially since we both do this. It's like, oh, why not put us together? Why not do a collab stream like this? It's just something I could trying to do something different and do different things. Uh-oh, Gil's out. Herp's around.
Around goes Riley Herbst down in turn number 1, and that'll put us under caution for the 6th time today at lap 202.
I know for his chat, I've been a fan basically in the sport since 01. Literally the Daytona 500 in 01 is the first race I can remember actually watching. Oh, Cindric. That was 3 wide. Cindric just nailed him. Yeah, Herbst went around in 1. 3 wide get together between Cindric and I couldn't see the car who was to the inside of Cindric, but
this is kind of funny because I kind of feel like Riley Herbst is just fed up and done being forced 3 wide. He's been getting forced to beat up there.
well, he kind of got into that position because he was one of those ones that stayed out under that first yellow. So he was already backing up because of being on the older tires, and then he just basically got manhandled. And yeah, I think he's just kind of been sick of just being bounced around. Been there, done that. Like I was telling chat the night we talked. Yeah, it was the night we talked. I went ahead and was like, okay, he's on iRacing. I'll go do an iRacing race. I figured I could do the trucks in Martinsville. And that was an adventure, to say the least.
I don't even know how to describe iRacing at Martinsville.
It's different from when... There's been a couple updates since the last time I ran at Martinsville. That's why I was like, it kind of was surprising to me. I was like, okay, I need to run this a little differently than I remember running it.
There's too many egos on iRacing. Everyone thinks they're the next Kyle Larson or Kyle Busch or Chase Elliott, Ross Chastain, Denny Hamlin. It's just kind of funny. It really is.
That's why I've never... I've done... at least the older console games, like you brought up NASCAR 07. There's a guy that I met racing basically online on 07 that I've known since then. And we basically started out, we were running just full races. We were running full races at Daytona, July race. And we were doing our own commentary to it. And it eventually led to the point where we started doing a league together. And... we started doing a league together, and it evolved into more than that. And then eventually, when I stopped doing the console stuff, I came over here, and PC got into the NR community. And a lot of the guys that are in my Discord, which I think I brought that up the other night, a lot of the guys in my Discord I know through NR offline leagues. So the gaming's fun. It's fun when you just focus on the fun of it. If you try to make it, you try to be serious about it, I think it loses some of the fun to it. That's why I don't, when I'm on iRacing, I don't do league racing on iRacing. And the reason I don't do it is because I'd rather just give me like a one race, have fun in the one race, see what happens. So... Oh yeah, I should tell you that some of the ones in my chat have been fans a long time. How one of my admins in the chat, Bumble, I don't know if she might have appeared in one of your chats before, but she's been watching since the mid-90s. Longer than I have, so... I've got some ones in my chat that have been watching for a good while.
It's really interesting meeting. I'm a big history nerd. Anytime we can talk about history something, I'm always intrigued because I'm always fascinated from the transition and the
So Josh Berry took the wave around. He's trying to get himself back on the lead lap. Shane Van Gisbergen, there's a WeatherTech cam on board the 88.
No, they're just choose cone. They're doing the choose cone. It's funny. It's funny you say history because I've been told literally from my mother that you should have been a history teacher. Because when I go off on start talking about the history of something or topic, it's like I can go. So.
Like me going to the NASCAR Hall of Fame, that was the number one thing on the list as opposed to getting out to NBM and something just learning the history.
Massive jump.
Like, I never knew NASCAR was made off of
outside
moon time.
Yep.
Chase Elliott all the way up beside him for second place.
Well, it basically was started because you had prohibition happen, so you outlawed the liquor, but then you had the bootleg, you had the speakeasies and all these under the table joints that were running that wanted the alcohol, so they got these guys running the alcohol for them, and basically it became like anybody else. When you have like two cars, my car's better than your car. Your car's better than my car's better than your car, and competition, and that's And you think even earlier than that, even earlier than NASCAR was founded, you had the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That track's been around since 1909. Stopped only for the World Wars. It's fascinating to look at just auto history itself is fun to look at, but it's even more interesting when you look at just motorsports history and where it's come.
Drivers working the outside include Gibbs, Ty Dillon, Suarez, Todd Gilliland, Eric Jones.
Another goal for you would be to go to Martin Lawrence and hot dogs.
Yeah. I can honestly say that's on my bucket list too. Just to try the hot dog, just to say that even if it's, I dare say, I hate to say this because this would be almost sacrilegious to say this, even if it's mediocre, just to say that you've done it. That's a check mark. You can say, hey, I had a Martinsville hot dog at Martinsville.
You hear about the you hear about something before it's got history to it. Kind of wanted that movie.
Yeah.
Quite as good as Elliott's was. That last long run, Elliott obviously ran down Hamlin towards the end of it.
You've been missing out on a lot of
Still working hard and making the outside work.
I think he's got a really good race.
I agree, Bumble. But the one I'm mentioning, Bumble, talking about Blaney being in the top 5, I was like, yeah, I'm happy he's in the top 5. I don't think we got a race-winning car, but we're at least in the top 5. Well, knocking on my desk. I'm knocking on my desk. It's just unfortunate the 2 races, especially Homestead last week, where I think he probably had the best car and.
That's probably going to be the most fun. Maybe on iRacing, sure for me, I'm going to be probably running iRacing all around the Talladega. Oh, God. I'm going to be running that tomorrow.
Tallywhacker. Okay, that's a good name for it. I like that.
Not even racing a good way. I mean, look at me now last year, leading the race.
He's new to the team, new to the squad, new to the 23 team. So it's a big learning curve for him. He's been so invested
and they're showing him now, but this is great to see Bubba. Last week at Homestead, podium. Now he's running the podium right now here. So
it's nice to have a familiar voice in your ear. Although it was nice when he got suspended for Phoenix. and he wasn't in my ear. So, think about the future on that.
Said with a smile.
Yeah, Bumble is the one. Bumble's the one in my chat that has literally been here since I started doing this. Roughly since I started doing this. She's been through the different channel changes when I've got the channel taken down, and so she's definitely one of my OGs, so to say. But she's, for lack of a better way, I like to call her the first lady of NASCAR streaming and NASCAR YouTube, because she's literally everywhere that I know. Always supporting everybody, always supporting anybody that she can, and she's the girl.
I don't know. I'm kind of surprised there is not. However,
Well, there's still 178 laps to go, and Priest just had a moment off too there. Priest just had a moment, almost got turned. It's Martinsville. It's gonna get interesting once you pass that 100 to go mark, because everybody knows it's like you got to go. You know, the guys running 16th, 17th, 18th. The sense of urgency picks up. Yes. Well, you figure also at Haas, and I've said this for a long time, and my one buddy Hamill backed me up on the fact that I've said this. When you have the multi-car teams, there's always going to be one car that struggles. It's just that's when you're using your resources out between more than one entry. There's going to be one that's going to lose that focus just because you're spreading among 3 or 2 or 3, 4 cars. That's what it makes it. It shows how good a team can be when they can run a multi-car operation and not really have one of those cars struggle too bad off. That's what made it so. That's what you look back at Roush Racing when they put all 5 of their cars in the chase in 2005. All 5 cars were winners. All 5 cars were contenders. And then, hell, if it wasn't for Kurt's deal in the last 2 races, they very well could have had a risk of maybe putting at least, I don't think they would have put all of them up in the top 5, but they could have had all 5 of them up there by the end of it. So,
that's a tough way to race your teammate right there. You see your host teammate slam into the side of the 7. And then gave him a wave after he went by. Sorry about that.
I think Haley might have been able. I think he. Those of us just going by it. I think he just went higher than he thought he was going to go, and it was kind of just, oh, my bad. Yeah. But I got to give props right now to the 54 team, Gibbs. This is the most I've. Granted, they got up there, I think, a little by playing strategy, but the fact they're holding that track position right now, running 9th, they need a run. I said the issue with Gibbs is that they just need one good run. If you get one good run, you can break that streak of bad finishes. It's just a matter of you get one good run, you can change the momentum.
This will be, I believe, their first top 10. Well, really, this will be their first finish that's not outside the top 25, I believe.
Yeah.
Bubba came into the Cup Series, and there was always a lot of attention focused on him.
Very Jones.
And I just got the feeling it was very hard for him to build trust.
Well, see, that's where I granted, I know where you're at, but at the same time, I kind of disagree with that, because we've seen drivers have streaks like that before, where they just can't. If they had they'd be better off having no luck than any luck at all. You know, drivers that, I mean, you almost say look at Joey Logano in his time at JGR. You know, granted, yes, he eventually left, and they brought in Matt Kenseth, but you look, it took him going to another team, and eventually things gelled at Penske, and now, hell, he's a 3-time champion. So I think a lot of it is just, if you get momentum going your way, momentum works both ways. You get a couple of good runs going, you'll get the good momentum going that way. But if you get a couple of, runs that don't go your way, it takes a lot to switch that momentum back. So I would like to see if this 54 team can finish this off, if this starts to change that.
O'Reilly's auto parts. Lord, I thought I'd never see that again.
Stuck out like they do at
well, I see why they never got back to me. They probably saw my small they heard me like, oh, this guy, Jordan.
Shoes looking for a top 10 here as he runs in
I did retract. I was just thinking about understanding about how the rotating team that's not good on
and fourth. So thanks to Toyota for providing us with action here from Martinsville with our Toyota All segment.
And
all right, whoever's led this race drove off from Denny Hamlin, no exception. Now it's time.
Usually always want to know
traffic, and I think that durability in these cars is what's going to determine your winner. See who can do it.
They're high in 48.
But this track has that long green flag run look to it. We're looking forward to.
Yeah,
Mike, I think what's going to happen, they're going to end up
Yep.
this stage in half, which means they're going to probably start coming anywhere north of lap 290 with about 110 laps to go. I think that's the best way to do with the tire fall off that we have. But if you're back in the
I think they made that 11 car better, because the 9 I think was the better long run car. I think they made Hamlin's car better, because he's definitely been able to maintain. We'll have to see how he cuts through this traffic, but that's where Chase was catching, was in the lap traffic prior to that stage. And
Well, now he's on the same amount of lap tires as most.
yeah, that too.
And also, what also going to play a role is the setup. He's got a better setup.
See the sun start to pop out as I mentioned that here and there, but
You also got the sun out too. I know Harvick mentioned it, but yeah, the sun's out now. It's kind of going back and forth between sun out and cloud cover we've seen today.
really deep green flag runs, like it feels like we're in the middle of right now. So hopefully we can get deep into this
Yeah.
and really see which cars fall off that.
It's lap traffic. Every time we catch lap traffic, it seems like we got a caution. The stage has come to an end.
See the Jordan cover with.
Just like Mike said, feels
We
like a
can get
long
that again,
run.
but maybe it's
These lappers
very
get harder and harder. The first
shocker.
ones maybe already 2 laps down or a lap down already. They're going to let you by. But that continues to ratchet up as they race harder with each other to stay on the lead lap. It becomes way more difficult, way more of a challenge to make that pass. And that's when everybody catches up.
Who plays strategy right for as far as when they come for their stop? Who plays that right?
And got himself a win in stage number 1. Here's Logano now in 10.
The one car I'm actually surprised I haven't seen more. Granted, we still have 155 to go. I'm surprised the 24 car Byron. We haven't seen a lot of Byron today. Granted, it's not like he's running bad. He's running 12th, but I really expected Byron to be more of a factor today than what he's been. Yep. Well, he got penalized though. He got penalized. I think he had a speeding penalty, put him back there, and then this is what happens once you get back there.
As everything has happened, with all
Especially at a Martinsville.
definitely not the day that we expected out of that 48.
William Byron in.
As I said, Byron, especially winning 2 of the last 3 spring races here. The fact that he's sitting here not really being a factor so far. I tell you, the way we're running right now, though, I think we're going to break the streak that they had here, which is the last 5 winners coming outside the top 10 starters.
He had a little temper issue earlier, got into a bumper bashing incident with another driver. They traded positions a bit. Then
I think we're at the rate we're going right now, we might break that. Because I know the top 5, except for Blaney, maybe.
Dillon brothers are 16 and 17.
Yep.
I'm more impressed about Ty Dillon.
Honestly, I've been impressed a little bit with Ty this year, too. The run he's had this year.
Compared to the couple years he had, I want to say 2 years ago to this year, not to mention, he was legit in attitude.
Well, Chase Elliott has been moving all around this racetrack. You see him entering the racetrack at the top of that concrete.
No, yeah, that was Legacy. When Ty was in there, I think that was Legacy.
That tells me that Chase is
Yeah.
searching around the racetrack for what he needs for his car to get around the corner the best right now. So he's been all the way high on the concrete patch, and he's been all the way against the curb through the middle of the corner.
We saw this exact same thing playing out that last run as it stage come to a close. He was running them down, and I think his maneuverability built in that race car.
I mean, if you guys can get to hit that high speed to get home,
high,
I mean, then you're going to
see how much higher he enters. Now watch him cut back across this rubber, crosses it, straight drive up off. But that's a tough cookie with a lot of experience and a lot of laps led in front of you that you got to pass. It's going to take lap traffic, let him catch it. Look at the rubber build up on the track.
That's a great shot right there to be able to really see the.
I think we're starting to see Elliott be just a little bit better than Hammond right now, at least in this traffic. Or Petty GMS, okay. Petty GMS was Ty.
But this 9 car is better than the 11 car right now, Clinton. He can move all over the racetrack. Look at that. Look at all that rubber.
A lot.
They're showing the rubber now.
Right where those right side tires go, that's where it gets the most, and it is like slime. You hit it, and the front tires.
I think my broadcast might be just a little bit ahead of yours, barely ahead. I think I'm not sure what delay or not, but
These guys are going to start racing each other, trying to stay on the lead. Much more difficult for Dini.
Yeah, and you see 69 laps on those tires, and the deeper that they get into these lap cars, the harder it's going to be for Dini.
yeah, because they were talking. Larry Mack was saying to split the final stage in half, but
he hasn't had to move his car around much, and Chase has been back there just messing around with the lines to try to.
I noticed the last couple shots they showed again. Yeah, I know you probably have you were looking at the onboard. I know earlier. He was locking, I think, the right front or the left front. You could see he was locking the fronts. One of them.
There's a brake issue, and he's getting used to it.
The thing that's happening with these cars right now, they're starting to get loose into the corner. So that downshift.
The idea is earlier that you do have to expect to get it down by the
lap
stage.
times have slowed down, so your upshift's in a little different spot. You see the first corner of the 45 going to the right front tire of the 71. Trying to finish that pass off, but a lot of these cars are going to start getting loose in the corner. And when they start getting loose in the corner, that's when that right rear tire starts to wear out. Well, you're still
All right, I'm gonna run to make a bathroom break, so let you take over here a little bit. For a brief bit.
Now just 29 cars on the lead lap. Chris Buescher is the last car on the lead lap. Looking for him back at race leader Denny Hamlin. It has been a day with a lot of contact at Martinsville, and there's still 141 laps to go.
Wow. Alright, I guess we're going to commercial and side by side. No, if not, we got side by side. We'll stay right here. Or we'll do an offboard and
He's tasted every kind of victory.
That shoots
except for
whatever
lactose
on
variety. Pato looks like a one-man boy band. He drives like a British spy. He smells like burnt rubber, and he doesn't have fans. He's got grooves. So whether you love him or love him, take a look at the next face of IndyCar. This is Pato O'Ward. Welcome to the fastest racing on earth.
Welcome to more where that came from. More back-to-backs. More epic last laps. More stripes. More short fuses. More bumps and bruises. More Lone Star Showdowns.
Let's go to Chase.
Welcome to the edge of your seat. Welcome
Vamos,
to
amigos.
NASCAR.
To tell you the truth, we could take our lead in extravagance. The attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really
Yeah, I got yours up. I see you got the onboards on.
Oh, are we bidding? We're bidding. I gotta see what's going on here.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
I really want to keep that up.
It's Dayquil. Also brush the fixed vapors.
Oh no. We're doing a
Dayquil
penalty?
Vapor Cool. The vaporizing daytime coffee.
Who pitted ahead of him? There was somebody else that came ahead of him too.
For a very limited time, we've got free pizza. Yo, tell them what it is.
Buy any large pizza at regular menu price, get one large one-topping pizza for free.
No, free food. Yeah, we did.
That's kind of weird because I don't know what we did.
I see there's a grandfather clock sitting out there,
Just
so
gotta
that's
try
yours.
this around stuff. I have to say the Fox broadcast is very hilarious. I think they're only doing this because Kevin Harvick is here. But we'll just go for that streak. I mean, Kyle Larson was the most recent person that had most recent. So that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Wade Byron throwing a Hill Bear right here, hitting first. Interesting.
What do you think? You think that's a play or?
Well, it depends on where you are. It's 12, maybe past 20 in. These guys are probably trying to pit early. I would say
tell you is about lap traffic and being out there with 37, 38 other cars.
whoever pits first will be the top.
All right, Alex Bowman also made a pit stop and
Five.
excuse me, that was not Cole
I think a
Custer.
5-second gap from
Myers
the
on pit
leader.
road. Now
Maybe
Justin
two.
Haley is in.
I don't want to go back.
And Tony Wayne had to go on a lap down. He's coming to pit road.
But it'll be interesting.
131 to go.
Hamlin
Eric Jones.
get away
Ball
from
down.
Yeah, he pulled away from him because Elliott closed it within half a second, so he definitely yarded out on him.
Get his first top 10 of the year. This is the deepest a defending champion has gone into a season without a top 10.
Well, they've had the speed to be able to run where they need to be on the racetrack, but you look at Denny Hamlin right here.
Whoever makes the
He
paint
is driven away from the
Yeah.
back, and that's what we were
need to
discussing earlier was how do we get to the end of this run and how do these cars?
Yeah, Bass Pro's always been pretty good with their paint schemes. Yeah, that like I said, they are starting to get on a little because again he had that great run at Homestead and now pretty much running top 5, basically podium here.
When these cars fall off, they're done, right? Like you just have to slow down. You don't have an option. That right rear tire starts sliding and starts spinning the rear tires up off the corner. You got to go way slower. So
With the way they're running right now, I could almost back that up. With the way they're running, I say if you can put your car in the top 3 by the end of these races, you have a chance. Just put yourself in that position. What is it? Richard Petty had the old saying that all you can do is put yourself in a position, circumstances dictate the outcome. So all you have to do is put yourself in that position. You can't finish first if you don't first finish as SVG's around.
Oh, wow. Do not tell me Denny Hamlin just came down pit road. I don't think so. Wow.
Just completed a pit stop.
Yeah, wheel came off of the 88 right rear.
I was just talking about SVG last night about how like it's unfortunate to see a little bit of stones
Now, as that was happening, Josh Perry came into his pit.
and I kind of was thinking his Phillies can have that same issue because
and now
he rode
pulls
the
out.
speed.
Perry was 3 laps down, and Cole Custer was slow in the back straightaway, then grabbed a gear and got going again. So.
Oh yeah, he literally just left pit road.
For the leaders to oh, he just bit it. Oh, it's only
Yeah.
getting fine.
That's a bad feeling right there.
Wow.
Yeah, and he had no idea. Usually,
Thumbs getting fined, and then what is it? Is it a suspension? I thought it was a suspension too.
Suspended, so I think you'll have a little bit of fine.
No warning. That tire was never on.
Tire for long, yeah. Two big issues.
I don't know. How can there not be a warning if that tire's not on there? A tire carrier,
And the way you know that
he knew that it didn't go on there all the way, or felt something wrong. Maybe an alert, something. Hey, we don't know.
Well, not always.
I know. I'm just saying. You know, just
Keenly,
it would be something. The wheel sits on the spindle,
so,
and it's held in place by
you see it,
all the way around.
Okay, because I kind of no, I missed it. This broadcast was showing it.
You can
So there's a little knob right here.
You can go fast as
That little knob,
as soon as
you
you try
put
to
the
turn
tire all the way in. It clicks up. That's how you know it's on. If it's still pressed down, then it's not on. There you go. You can kind of see from that broadcast angle right now. If you can see the knob.
I know what you're talking about. They've explained it before on the broadcast too. That it's got the little tab that it's supposed to keep it in. But if the tire's sitting on the tab, or the nut is sitting on the tab, it can't. Yeah.
Won't let the wheel go down all the way onto the hub. And this is exactly what we're going to show you. That is
Yeah, now they're showing the graphic of it.
If it does it, that's what happens right there. The wheel's not all the way on, so the lug nut goes tight, but it isn't tight because the wheel's not all the way on.
And I'll tell you this, putting on this tire,
of the wheel, and they get
it's a lot
up in
easier
between those holes.
than
And when it
putting on
does,
a
the wheel doesn't go all
tire.
the way
I
on.
put
Tighten the
the
lug
tire
nut.
harder.
Doesn't take long.
You have to
Obviously,
aim
that thing will
all
fly
five
off.
lugs perfectly. This, you got one single lug in the middle. I mean, it's like throwing a beanbag into the cornhole. I mean,
I'd be
it's just that
interested to know what the
one of these tires
was
was
battling right there. We got
amazingly
towards the end
fast.
of the run. He definitely
But it
lost
also
a lot
requires
of pace with Denny Hamlin.
You're trying to squeeze
So Larry, we're at
26-inch tire between a fender and your tire changer without any cylinder.
If you intend to split the stage
without having to
just go ahead and go down.
Absolutely, Mike. Absolutely. They'll be coming 4 tires. Make sure it's full of fuel. You just make it from the end here.
Yeah, you have to.
If we went caution free, there's a
You can't go out and run on 70-lap tires. There goes.
Yeah, everybody.
Brings the lead lap cars onto pit road. Bring it.
Ross Chastain, the one car in the 6th place right now, needs help with not being loose into the corners. He can deal with a little tight in the middle, he told the crew chief. And the 9 to Chase Elliott, still a little bit too snug in the middle of the corner, can't turn like he wants to. He did like it better this run, thought they were making progress.
In the last 30 laps,
Has not had much to complain about today. All positive feedback said the exits are way better. They got the longer run better. He's led 154 laps today. You see 4 tires here. Air pressure adjustment.
Wow. 11 crew stop was smooth. Bell, P2.
Wow.
Bubba got chased too. I seen it again. It looked like they had the same issue on the left rear. Like they looked like they were just a little bit, not much, but it looked like they were just a little bit slower on the left rear. I don't know what's. I'm surprised they haven't mentioned it, but again, it hasn't been. It's not like it's notable, but when they put the camera on the stop and you're watching the stop, you can see that they're just a little bit slow on the left rear.
Yeah, he definitely needs to.
I'm shocked with Bell's crew. Bell's crew came in running 4th, and they came off pit road 2nd. So
That Jackman is a huge So his pit, so I can tell you right now, Bell's pit crew, they make 6 figures.
I am not surprised. I am not surprised.
The Jackman, he's been making 6 figures for God knows how long. He definitely makes 6 figures. He's perfect. I think my favorite pit crew, honestly, was Kyle Busch's probably his last year at Joe Gibbs. that pit crew they were dogs.
It's been fun to watch the evolution of just pit crews over the years. Hell, there was you look back at like in the 70s when they were doing the pit stops in the 70s, they're doing them basically your street clothes, just throwing tires, and that's like, damn, guys.
Yeah, that shocked me when I saw old clips and like
yeah.
Got known for 50 were smoking cigarettes, putting freaking gasoline in the car with a cigarette in their mouth. I'm like, are you serious?
I think the best story, at least as far as pit crew goes, it was Junior Johnson. He was the jack man, and the official kept getting in his way. So eventually, he just took the jack and swung the jack and knocked the official out of the way because the official kept getting in his way. I think it was Junior. I don't remember. I remember hearing the story. I just don't remember if it was Junior. I know it was one of those legends. And that's why I think it was Junior, but. But I love the NASCAR Legends documentary, or whatever you want to call it, the NASCAR Legends, where they had all the legends, guys from the past sitting around talking, telling stories. I still think my favorite one was one that Cale Yarborough told about Junior, and they were flying. I forget where they were flying to, but they were flying to check out a car, I think is what it was. And Cale had also mentioned that there was a photo of Junior running a race, and you see the car tumbling on the racetrack, and Junior's on the racetrack running away from the car. He's like, I don't know how you got out of that. Well, he's talking about flying, and the guy he's flying with, the guy who's actually flying the plane, he told him they're trying to land on a small airstrip, and he told the guy, hey, I think you're going too fast and you're a little too low. Just pick it up, fly around, try again. The guy tells him, no, I think I can make it. The Cale's like, I'm telling you, you're too low and you're too fast. You fly around again. The guy says, no, I got it. And Cale's like, well, I know we're not going to make it. So he's preparing himself. Sure enough, he actually touched down. He actually got down on the ground, but he started sliding down the end of the runway, knowing that he was running out of runway. So they finally slide to a stop. Him and the guy get out, and he goes to turn behind him because he said Junior was sleeping in the backseat of the plane behind him. So he goes to turn around and tell Junior to get out of the plane. He looks over, and Junior's on the runway shouting at him, I'm over here!
We've seen, everybody's
that's still my favorite legend story that I've heard was Cale telling that one about Junior. And Junior, I kind of spoiled that, but Cale told up to the point where he realized, Junior was standing in the middle of the runway. And he was like, I don't know how you got out of that car in Daytona, on the Daytona Beach course. I don't know how you got out of that airplane, but... So the presenter, who was Eli Gold, asked Junior, who was sitting with that group, he was part of the group, how did you get out? And Junior goes, well, Cale went to turn around behind him and say, hey, Junior, get out of the airplane. And meanwhile, I had to shout, I'm over here! So... another good one was one that Buddy Baker told. He talked about hanging out with Tiny Lund. And Tiny had, the movie Talladega Nights, right? Ricky Bobby. The Cougar is actually a story about Tiny Lund. Tiny Lund had a pet cougar. And he was sharing a hotel or was sharing a room with Buddy Baker. And Buddy's sleeping one night, and he heard, he opens his eyes, and the cougar's staring at him, like this far from his face, like right up against his nose. And he literally said, I've never run so fast in my life, jumped out of the room and ran out. I think he was in his underwear, too. And he runs out of the room, and Lund is just laughing his ass off at him. Like I said, I love hearing those stories, so... I definitely recommend, if you haven't checked it out, to check out the NASCAR Legends documentary. I know they're on YouTube, but the NASCAR Legends sit-downs, because those round tables are hilarious. And we're back. Yeah, Bubba didn't fire off that great. Yep, Hendrick JGR, then you got the Penske Blaney, and then Chastain.
Bubba's going to need to let Bell by sooner or later. Or else Billy will pump that gas.
Yeah, no, he got a hole. He got in.
Next is 3 Chevys. 2 from the Hendrick camp. Larson on the outside of Elliott, and then Chastain.
Surprised Bubba took the outside. Actually took the inside. Eventually, you're going to file down. So, I mean,
Yeah.
you just want to take the inside lane. If you're top 5, you would make a little bit more noise. You're better off taking the inside lane because you're saving tire down there. It's supposed to be out there. You're working too much. You're giving too much tire. Working that tire.
Ooh. That got, here he is, still bumpers. Okay, we're good. Larson and Chastain had a little toss-up. Arguing over space.
And this is a history. Here we go.
Yeah.
Took the 5 way up to the edge of the cut.
Why didn't you put the bumper to him a little bit?
This would be a good time for the 19 just to let the 5 go. He might sort it out.
Mike Joy was called Ross.
Nice.
I think that's what Justin Allgaier tried to do on the last lap.
Yeah, I see a lot of comments on Twitter about broadcast. I love Fox broadcast. Mike Joy, Clint, Harvick, you got Joy's history lessons. You got Harvick and Clint. Keep throwing shade and talking shit to each other. I mean, it's just. I mean, with this type of sport, years and how crazy it is, like kind of more broadcasters are kind of low key shot. It's not crazy talking shit. They talk shit to each other. It's entertaining.
Yeah. Well, the thing is Harvick and Boyer have the history together. You know, they were teammates for how many years at Stewart-Haas. They have, and even RCR, and they have that rapport. That's why they can just sit there and it's like two old buddies in. It was kind of like when DW and Jeff Hammond would rib each other in the old Fox booth, or the old Fox the pre-race show. They'd kind of rib on each other. It's kind of neat to see that because you know there's the rapport there.
Just kind of also keep pushing that because I'm not gonna lie. For example, they're no shooting, right? Or if you get a push from a Donald on the boot,
yeah.
They may be more entertaining than the race because you know that now he's going to drive away that kind of push for Larson, who got Joey Logano to his outside now.
Gals, he's just struggled all day with handling his car. It seems like that your rear end is not in the track at all, Kevin. I've watched.
Shout out to McDowell, P10 though.
Yeah, maybe better pay, I don't know.
Austin Dillon's going after Tyler Reddick. That's for 12th place. And wherever Austin has been all day long, Ty Dillon has been right there with him. There are the brothers. 3 in the 10.
Oh, there goes Ty. Went off of Reddick's rear bumper. Man, he was having the run he needed too. That sucks, especially a Toyota affiliate teammate, pretty much. But I think they just kind of stacked up. I think Reddick was trying to hit the go button because he knew the Dillons were on his butt.
Yeah, it is, Mike. But I mean, we have 24 drivers still on the lead lap. You may see some guys near the back come.
Yeah, definitely. I'm scratching my head right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Track position's gonna be key.
How far ahead Gibbs is, but he misses the corner a little bit.
I think right now
the door open, goes across back over, and the 45 was there. Unfortunately, got in, so he turned him around.
You don't have to, but
he was.
Yeah, he was high getting in, but
it's just a 45 not having any patience, just wanting to go.
yeah, because he was, like I said, Reddick had the pressure on him from the Dillons behind him, so.
without something happening.
Yeah, the 45 cut in those, look at those finishes right there.
Yeah, no, that's what sucks because he had at least tail end of the top 10 car today, running where he was running.
That's like his top 20 finish. Man, he had a great running too. He did.
He's on the 38, nowhere to go. Good bit of damage on the front of his car. Everybody's scattered, but his laps as he got to the middle of turn 2.
Keep him away from that little. Those little guys. I'd love to see little midgets fighting.
You could charge half price for the admission for the fight. 50% off. Yeah, I was gonna say they were just saying you get 24 cars on the lead lap. I would want to have more. I want to have like more laps on the tires to have there be a difference to really. I mean, we haven't gone that long on this set, so. Ty pitted. Ty was the first, yeah. But looks like the break point was Ty, who was I think 16th. See, Suarez is in.
So the thing is with those cars that pay off the 15th is that now if there is another caution, another good scenario, they can stay out.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't risk it for the biscuit.
Exactly.
You got the leaders who will pit. So now this is where we get old tires versus new tires. Going to cause climatic rush of energy. You're going to see caution after caution fights. This is where people are going to start dropping F-bombs on each other. This is how it all bolts.
I think we kind of already had that with Ty's radio there. Ty Gibbs' radio.
I believe this is the start of the downfall of what's been so far. Not entirely the same. This is where things are going to start getting sluggy. People are going to start getting sloppy.
Because this tax season is free phone season.
It's just going to happen. Ty Gibbs.
Tom Hayes is passive progressive.
I don't hear Redding's excuse.
Don't be like Tom. Switch to get good coverage and savings for yourself.
Bounty Mega Roll lasts longer, so you can tackle Bounty Mega Roll lets you clean spills without running out. Bounty, quicker picker up.
Driving in deep spotters, so there's really no room right there for
Speedway.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at. I'm looking at because you brought up the onboard. Yeah, it just Reddick had a run, but at the same time there was nowhere he could go. I mean, Ty did enter the corner higher, but the gap was not there. So.
He just said he tried to lift more, but the three didn't know that he was okay.
Yeah, I know the bad thing about Reddick is, yeah, he had the two Dylans were basically on his bumper, so it's not like he could get out of it. Otherwise, he'd be the one that was getting the bumper, you know.
What a season it's been so far, and we're just getting started.
Poor time.
Alex Bowman speeding down.
38. Is that Todd?
Free pass.
That's Zane. Remember, Todd's in the 34.
24 cars on the lead lap, so.
He moved to the 34 when McDowell went to the 71, so.
Alright, let's hear the language talk.
And that is from Cindric on back. Cindric, Stenhouse, Nemechek, Ware, Keselowski, Gregson, and Haley. All still one lap down. And Bowman under penalty, a lap down. However, of the 38 starters, they're all out there.
Well, that's interesting to say, and I'm not gonna look because I think Mike just jinxed us. He said all 38 cars are still running. So,
Did you hear that?
I didn't have your stream audio up, but I was watching your thing. I did. What I heard. What more did he say?
This is where he keep me away from this little chat. Listen to this.
Elliott inside, outside. Briscoe and McDowell the top 10.
Yeah, Bubba Wallace has struggled on these last couple restarts on the outside lane, so it'll be interesting to see if he mixes his timing up. Also interesting to watch Denny Hamlin as he comes into the restart zone. Last time he fired as soon as that nose crossed the first line. So does he mix that up or keep it consistent?
I love in-car audio sometimes. The radio, hearing the radio sometimes.
Well, we're getting to hear the language. NASCAR doesn't
Yeah.
want us to hear the language. We need to hear it. This
Yeah.
this is what it is.
This is where you hear the personalities start to come out.
Oh, it's the outside again. At least let Hamlin go and then put right under it.
Well, I'll say this: I wait for you to catch up for you, but he actually had a better restart on the top. Actually, held on to second.
There you go. You're not going to win that battle to just get underneath, stay the tire.
He's the only guy here that's ever used fifth gear.
Chastain had a send too to try to work that outside.
Yeah, Chastain, he will fight for that outside leg.
Trying to fight off Chastain here for fourth.
Personally, he doesn't like Indy cars. So.
Ooh. Ooh.
Joey's not going to like that. It looked to me like he got himself.
We got a little action there.
Here we go. That's 100 laps. This is where it's going to come.
We've figured out that this is going to get rough.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Gregson went around during that whole stack up.
If I get this was just the start of it. This was just
Right about this point in the race, they have forgotten what Elton Sawyer told them in the drivers' meeting today.
And really, that whole thing started too because of Chastain trying to keep Logano behind him, and they all stacked up probably from there.
So now at this point, you don't even really have to start worrying about tire because at this pace, pitting is not going to really matter if we're going to keep doing this. These laps go by. We all just saw you work 70 laps.
Ooh, Larson almost got turned. He almost. How the hell he held on to that one? Wait till you see the replay on that one.
Oh my God.
See the 17 car climb over the left rear tire of the 4. But when that Larson checked up right there and stacked that line, but then everybody wants to be aggressive to make sure there's no hole to maximize.
He also had Buescher caught some air when he got into Gregson too. Had the right front up in the air.
Yeah, it was. And he heard it slam back down. Going back to Larson, though, I mean, it started clearing back here off of 4 and transpired off and eventually ended off of 2.
I'm surprised that goes down road.
Look how these guys are getting after it. Respect? I don't know. I never really. I respect.
This is where MVM needs to stay clean, which Casey will do a great job of that. Start picking off spots. You know, sooner the spot, the better the pay will be. 24 car needs.
You see the difference between.
I have to say, if there's any of y'all out there with businesses and you want to market yourself, feel free to contact me. We have cost-effective
Ooh.
cost-effective.
Well, or that's the difference. Hamlin's is the one you want to look at.
I don't want to say anything. Let's just. I was gonna say I was waiting for you to see it out of yours. I don't. Yeah, there's a little tempers there between Buescher and Gregson.
You can walk around these cars and know what they had for a car. If the back bumpers run over, they were.
Oh, this is okay. We didn't see this before the Buescher move. So. Wait, you'll see. It shows you that it'll show you why they that other moment happened.
That was Noah showing his displeasure.
Stay away from my 66 car. Don't do that crap around it.
Yeah. Casey's like, I'm just the innocent victim.
We don't need to lose another next year car. It'll put us out of business. I mean, Chandler, it's unfortunate Chandler wrecked
Yeah, about that. Should I even say this? When I was streaming those races, I said, "Oh, look at Chandler, he's running third." 2 seconds later is when he spun out there and 1 and 2. It's funny because they ended up clipping, somebody from my stream ended up clipping that. I was like, "Yeah, you such a Ryan cursed Chandler Smith." I actually did that twice during speed weeks where I was talking to, "Oh, this driver's running well." 2 seconds later, they end up wrecked. Well, yeah, I figure a wreck at Daytona too, you know.
I mean, if we were gonna wreck, like, wanted to in the race, you can afford it.
It's very line sensitive and it's easy to make a mistake. So the lady in black can reach out and grab you at any point.
So 100 grand for that front tire.
You might have to just wait and see. How about that? I'm not telling. It's going to be awesome, though.
Boyer kept the cat in the bag. Now there's a first.
I just hope, yeah. It's rare.
Oh, what are they driving next week? They're driving some classics.
My gosh, that was the most fun I've ever had on a racetrack.
Yeah,
the thing is, with Carl's better off running a truck team. The problem is, the truck schedule is not.
Well, we're at 9. That's the most
so many breaks.
400 lap race here.
And you're better off being a truck race than you are doing a speed race. Let alone a couple of years. That's a lot of money. It would be a lot more possible. Carl would be full-time fun day. Carl would actually have more success running a truck team because there's a lot of money for associated but you work with Carl, I'm not trying to tell Carl, especially how to run his business.
Welcome to Martinsville. That's what runs through almost every driver's brain.
I mean, you can be in the United States,
whatever the situation is.
Pretty much 13 leadership, and that's it.
Hamlin and Wallace again. The two Toyotas on the front row.
Yeah.
Stays closer to
there's a lot of people that can't handle that shit. I can handle that shit. I have
not give Wallace an opportunity to drop in.
Very rough, and luckily with that upbringing, I could handle all shenanigans. Carl's still a great guy thinking through. It's very easy for him to be misunderstood.
Wallace stuck to the outside.
I think that's exactly what it is.
Did a great job of driving in the corner. Really deep.
Oh, we got. I was gonna say we got a battle up front now, so Chase was able to get in there. Him and Chastain were side by side for a while, and another one around. Well, you were right. You weren't wrong.
Not Logano, because he's keeping receipts now.
Every single time we get towards the end of these races,
I told you.
You said it.
Ty Gibbs was just the starting of the shenanigans. I said, Martinsville, if you really want to start watching the race, watch it for the last 100 laps. That's what I told my girlfriend. That's why she said, ask her out. It's like, why do you watch this? It's not fun. I'm like, to you, it's not fun. How about you just watch less than last?
You see the one car try to obviously get in there.
Oh yeah, Briscoe got loose because he got blocked by Chastain, and Logano was the one that went around.
See Chastain move down.
Briscoe's going to lose a few spots.
Stacks
and Logano's going to go back.
Touches that curve.
Looks like the truck race I ran that other night.
Oh, hit the curb. Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. Briscoe's lucky Logano's even there, because Logano's not there. Briscoe gets spun out. Larson hits him. Actually, Larson hit Cal.
What happens right there when you hit the curve, you'll see it right here. That splitter's going to climb up and actually take the left front tire off the ground. So that he got up on the curb so hard that the tire actually came off the ground because the splitter was up on top of the curb.
Wrong place at the wrong time, Joey Logano.
Nice job by Michael McDowell of missing all that. He had to be hard on that.
Yeah, but this is just a smart. This
Look at this.
Actually,
the defending champion, the worst average finish through 6
Oh, it's the fantasy got messed up.
Logano right there with Kyle Larson and Bobby Labonte.
It just keeps being crazy things like that. He's led a crazy amount of laps, stage points, stages, everything in between. Just cannot seem to
He's almost there. He's making some way. He's cruising in 8th.
Yep.
Brian Reese is up there.
Reese.
Brian Reese is a modified guy. The track this is his background right here.
Well, there was the 1 year he ran. He was when he was with Stuart Haas. He led the first stage, and they got back because of the strategy. Wasn't able to get back through the field. So, and actually, I think Priest would be one of those guys. We talked about that stat of the last 5 winners starting outside the top 10. I mean, I doubt he's going to get there, but you never know when you get the shenanigans like we're seeing right now.
I mean, after yesterday, after what we saw yesterday, I've always said that expecting always, but after literally watching the 6th place car end the race last night on the final turn and watching the first 5 cars wipe out, anything should be. There's one possible. You never know. Someone's into that last turn, so now something worse. Now, I tell you what, though, if someone does start doing like that, same as Bowman doing last night, we should see a fight for sure today.
Joey Logano after that spin.
No, speed penalty called for that.
So, Larry, with all these caution laps, does
well,
this do
yeah.
The more caution laps are run, the more I got to think that these guys aren't going to
Eric Ambrose is going to come his
Absolutely, because they only actually have 15 green flag laps on these tires right now, even though they all pitted all the way essentially back on,
yeah, we're in the ride to 100 rides.
So, yeah, I think track position is going to be king, Kevin.
You're in the top 5. This is what you want. So, fuel saving is good. There are the time where it's still not bad. So Hamlin, honestly, this is for Hamlin. He's low key, just
cash run into your arms there is going to wind that one victory lane.
This is what's going to get
nobody who was here will ever forget.
Yeah, it's certainly me. It caught me off guard, to be honest with you. The only thing that's ever choked me up in racing is I looked over and saw that little turd running down the straightaway, and I was like, oh no, this is gonna get me, and it did. But special moments at a special racetrack for me. This was always one that I wanted to win. I got closer, just kept perfecting my craft here. It was a challenging go.
Yeah, Clint talking about the win in 18.
Never forget, I came here the first time. We took off. I passed the legendary Stewart, right? Passed him, blew his doors off. I'm like, nothing. About 25
only the Midwest
later, he passed me, and not only did he pass me once,
As someone who's lived basically in the Midwest his entire life, yeah, I can agree with that one.
Well, I think as we go through today, I mean, you're going to see a lot of those cars that are running up front right now, probably not finished there. I didn't have a lot of great days here. I had some good days here. Was able to find victory lane one time. And I didn't have
still crazy
down the front straightaway. I had Dell Junior fans wake up at the front gate. How terrible I was for passing Dale at the end of that race. So,
You kind of trailed off at the end. I didn't hear. Hey, Clint, what? I heard you say about Clint.
I think that my temper probably got in my way as many times here as anything. So you're frustrated?
I want to ask you this. Who did you pick to win this race today?
I picked Denny Hamlin.
You did pick Denny Hamlin, and I think Denny Hamlin.
Now they're showing the 2018 spring race that Clint won.
Says he picked you in this race.
Well, he should have, because that hot rod was fast that weekend. Believe it or not, I think it's Dennis.
Spilled the tea. Yeah, so you can go on Google, it's up there, but 2022, Clint Moyer, accidentally, it was by accident. He didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah, the lady, if I remember correctly, the lady was had mental problems, and she ran across the highway, and he just. It's nothing you can do in that.
He hit her by accident.
Yep.
She was drunk or something.
I think it was she had mental health issues, if I remember correctly. Because I remember the story, obviously.
And at Sunday, they came along talking about, someone leaked the issue. Then found out that Clinton accidentally spilled the baby, and that's why he was gone for a couple of weeks.
Okay. I didn't know she was also on drugs, Mumbles, though.
She got sent 260 feet down the highway or something like that. She got, respectfully, she took flight.
Is going to be Ryan
Brooks. Takes the inside, okay. I like it. I was going to This is going to get interesting. Bell on the outside.
Yeah. Because Bell, I know, I think can work that.
We've been comparing Bubba Wallace to.
Yeah, I don't know. He might be able to get his teammate here. They're going to be side by side off 4.
Here comes Bell on the outside. He doesn't want to
be careful, don't leave the door open.
Trying to get in position on him. Denny runs him up the hill a little bit. That position means you need to kind of have your left front above his right front. Turn him down the hill, take the exit away, Kevin.
Yeah, and if you can do that right, you want to be the one knocking that right front down the racetrack on the 11 car if you're the 20 on the exit. But Denny's doing a great job of kind of feeding that right front tire into his door early in the corner so that he can't pin him down on the exit.
Bubba locked it up, getting into 3 and almost driving into the back of him.
Hamlin able to hold him off. They were side by side there for a good bit. Top 3 remain the Toyotas.
On the outside of Ryan Preece.
They'll just made Hamlin work for that. Method style near her belongings on the highway.
Up the hill, back mid-pack along with Keselowski, but they sort that all out.
Well, both of these guys right here, Chase Briscoe and Ryan Preece, have done a great job this year with new teams. Ryan Preece, as you said a little bit ago, going for his 3rd straight top 10. So
I know, so yeah, some of the comments there.
Here's that group that was all posted up in back.
The internet will always remain uncandid.
Yep.
Kind of playing nice, all too wide. The front end of that is Zane Smith, who got caught up in one of the wrecks earlier, not of his own making, and he was going to clear Austin Dillon there. Michael McDowell battling the car.
Preece gets ever so closer. Up to P7.
Yeah, you see right at the back of this screen right here, you see the 54 has caught the 45, and I'm...
Oh, yes. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, we knew that he wasn't happy with him on the radio, so he definitely...
Oh, the 54 is up there. Yeah, move him up. Get that little... I can't say it. I do want to say it. Out of respect for your stream, I won't say it.
Well, if you're gonna cuss, you're all right to cuss. I've said it here before myself, so. But I'll tell you what, I'm actually a little bit surprised though, because I would have thought that this was going to be an HMS kind of day, and to see the 3 Toyotas running 1, 2, 3 here. Granted, we got 67 to go, but I know. But I figured Bell would be a factor, but I'm still surprised to see all 3 Toyotas here.
They always seem to figure it out.
Playing to his benefit today, so he's been able to manage that and keep that.
Setup-wise, depends on what the setup is. Like JT said on all cylinders.
Today is the most laps in a race Hamlin has led in this generation car.
They just said a stat on the broadcast. This is the most laps in a race that Hamlin has led in this car, the Gen 7 car.
He's now led more than half of this race. He's led over 200. The next driver on that list is Chase Elliott.
Look at all that rubber on the finger. I mean, that's just knocking.
Well, as many laps as Denny Hamlin has led today, I would think that Progressive is probably going to...
One thing I love about Florida is Progressive gets better about the year. And I think this year wants the high to new crew chief. I think it's makers today.
And that is all of them. Only 6 drivers have led today. We've got 9
the new crew chief should give him
and 10 caution flags, which is a record.
Give him some better strats here and there.
Kyle Busch is making some noise. He and Ty
Kyle Busch ranking his replacement.
Yep, he's right in the middle of that. Reddick Gibbs.
Well, Kyle has a decent track position to start this race, and they had some pit road.
Kind of like what I made the point earlier about the 24 and how you haven't really heard much from him today. But at the same token, look at his car. He doesn't have a scratch on the car. Maybe a door on the right side, but.
Well, Reddick's actually driving back up to them. Reddick probably doesn't want to complete this pass because the next one is going to be...
Oh yeah, I think Kyle's car is actually clean.
I get that out. got freaking tires a little bit. I wonder if that customer gets screwed up and he's still parallels with that.
And Zane Smith side by side.
He is back almost.
Christopher Bell has caught.
Like I say, Hamlin's got a new challenger now, his own teammate. Bell's starting to reel him in here. And Bell's starting to diamond it too. He's running in high and cutting it down, so he's starting to diamond it a little bit.
Think about that first run, Clint. We saw Christopher Bell going backwards. Now, getting later in the afternoon, and here we are. Christopher
That's what Blaney did so well, I think, at the fall race, was he was able to kind of like diamond the corner.
I noticed Christopher Bell's wife, she's a sure racing wife. I mean, she's at every track.
But that Danny Hamlin's
She
car,
coaches
his
every track,
ability, his
literally.
experience to save his tires and take care of them.
I don't know what she does, but if her job is being a racer, I'll tell you what, she is yeah, 66! DB5 and big. She goes in.
Clint finished 13th. Jamie McMurray was 10th.
It's like me at the house when she goes down there.
Danica beat all of you guys.
It's just not wild like the lady in that.
Russell wrote that. He just asked me to say it.
Danica always ran really well here.
Yeah.
If Hamlin can give Progressive a win already, I mean, this is huge. Seriously, it really is from a sponsor standpoint.
He got a lap or two down early, had some kind of difficulty, and they used the whole rest of the race as a test session.
I think I don't know if he's out of my chat, is asking if you have a Discord.
In the long term.
Do you have a Discord?
Or is it that they're asking for me? Because I know I do. Obviously, you've been to mine, and I know you have one, and been to yours. Obviously, that's where we're sitting right now. Granted, we got both our mics. We're both deafened up because this is working. So.
Yes.
Well, William Byron is one of those guys that Clint and I were talking about this on the way over from pre-race today.
I would kind of love to see the option tire. I know there's a new tire that we have here. I'd kind of like to see that option tire play.
Same.
I am excited when we go to Richmond and that option tire again. I'll never forget Suarez coming back to the front machine on pit road, got back into traffic, and then really never been able to break free and work their way forward.
Hang on, you know what? I'm gonna post it. I'll post your Discord link in mine because I think my Nightbot's preventing the link. There we go. I put your Discord link in mine. So.
Wallace and Elliott. Meanwhile, Blaney has worked his way up into the top 10 going forward. When Blaney won here last fall, he didn't start up front, but boy, he was passing cars. In fact, for about the first half of that race, he was the only driver who was consistently moving forward through the field. Taking a long time to get there today.
I am crazy popping off. Only because they opened up Raiders for I'm excited, but I am more excited that we have 50 laps left.
50, yep. 5-0.
Green to the end of these, no disruptions, no distractions, no foolery. Truly deserving driver.
When he starts to get there, you have to
get us fans or our week happy. So racing to the end. We're not going to be some overtime.
Bell's not going to wait. He's there. He's trying.
So you can see it's almost a straightaway to the
lap traffic is coming in. Perfect. Laying out perfect.
In 26th. Jamie?
Well, Denny Hamlin in the start to this year, you know, he's had some adjusting to do with his new crew chief, Chris Gale, on top of the box.
No, didn't work.
Will we see another yellow? I hope not. Really don't.
I'm with you, and it looks like we kind of got into a rhythm here, but we know Martinsville. Especially the fact that the 2 of the last 3 races here have gone GWC, so spring races here.
Oh, Byron. 20th.
Sure. If Chris Gabehart was an incredible
Can't come away with the top
sure, it must have been quite an adjustment For Denny Hamlin to have
all guys running
an
22nd tight end
are moving into a
running
management role
15 to it,
racing this season.
just goes to show you that he is getting that RCR help
Right, so I'm
because
sure
he's
it's a
in
little
the
bit of a nerve-wracking situation there, not knowing exactly what you're going to have, but turns out doing just fine. He told us in the pre-race pretty happy and confident with what he's seen so far.
Yep.
16th there.
Yeah, you see Kyle Busch up on the outside of Joey Logano right there. And
You got Hocevar behind them too.
Kyle will move up to that second groove, and right now it looks like Joey's going to get the pass done.
Man, the rubber all over those
Joey's got a little bit pressure.
fenders of those cars.
I forgot about that.
I was clearly not comfortable being at the motor on this long run. There's something wrong.
Yeah, Joey stopped lap 320. Bush lap 279 along with
not wrecking comes
to the field.
Well, this is what we saw Denny Hamlin drive away last time, Cliff, from the 9 car of Chase Elliott. When he started to catch lap traffic, we'd see a couple of lap cars that we've had to work through right now. Can he do
Here's the question.
as we're going through traffic?
You pit and if the yellow comes out?
The answer is yes, and I would say I dictate that answer, or me saying that, my comment is off of how
You got 26 on the lead lap at the moment.
really not slipping around. You know, I'm watching Bell push pretty hard behind him, slip some tires, getting into the corner, up off the corner, trying to run him down.
You don't have to.
Whereas Danny
However,
is trying
another
to
car
run out
is
there. So when they get lap traffic,
That's the thing, because I think if we get one yellow, we're gonna get another one. I think once we get one, it's like you said when we had the incident with Gibbs. You said the floodgates would open. I think it would happen again. But the thing is, I don't think we're gonna get one if we don't get at least one. So I honestly think we could see this go green to the end if we don't get one. Showing the lap times. Bubba's actually the quickest. Oh, now their lap times have changed. Now Hamlin's the quickest. Hamlin and Larson.
and as Denny catches up, well, I mean, they're both in clean air right now, not a lapper, but as they catch them guys, that's, in my opinion, who can get through traffic is always who's going to win this race.
Well, look right there. We passed 2 cars, and what was a 1 or 2 car length lead is now 4 or 5.
Timing is everything, though. As your leader, as you catch those lappers, you know they're coming. And try to
Also, I just realized Todd Gillen's running P9.
slow you down. We have to hit the brakes or hinder your line.
Yes, he's been up there, and I'm not gonna lie. At some point, I do think he could also be a Johnson winner. He's also another guy that I've had a good conversation with. Seeing him on race.
He can be more distinct.
So, guy, I like these drivers in the
So hard.
So
that's what I was talking about.
You know,
Easy on those
times
you let it roll around that corner more and more. That's great getting in and let it roll around.
I mean, if you hang out with these drivers outside the track, you would never go to the driver. You just think they're regular guys.
Way easier on the tires because you're out front and can do that.
That's a hard thing to do, and that was one thing that I always struggled with here at Martinsville, was being able to let that car roll just a beat past the center of the corner and being able to apply the throttle. I always wanted to roll the center fast, apply partial throttle.
You can tell some guys
that
who are
really tears the back tires out as the car is wanting to drive off the right rear tire and rotate. Letting that car roll past the center and get to that throttle, let the car get pointed, and driving that car up consistently straighter and straighter just allows you to save those tires.
So when you do that, you have to change something, and your roll speed is what you change. Your roll speed in and through the center over to about
Who do you guys think is the best NASCAR content creator YouTuber?
Because you're not picking the gas up as soon as
Slaps. Well, I could say you because I know you do YouTube videos too, but I'd say honestly, if we're talking NASCAR centric, it's probably either for me either Slap Shoes or Brock Beard. I think are the two.
I'd say Eric it's not necessarily the fact that he does all the crazy things. It's not now that I've gotten more in the industry and understand his ability
when you get into lap traffic, eventually that lap
understand, break down, highlight,
that's when you got to
research,
and your tires have to be ready. Still have to have
the
some
knowledge that he does, his own personal research,
and
the way he explains, breaks it down.
A little bit on the bottom, wrapping the curve.
I see that he really pays attention. And I'll be honest with you,
Try not to lose any time and see if you
in
can
some
find something
respects,
that'll wake your car up.
I really think Eric could be a NASCAR analyst. Oh, that's never mind. Like, you know, the people in the headset meeting the reporter. I think he did great. I know that's not a good truth. Probably another thing is, does a great job breaking down the knowledge and finding information where he's staying or how he's doing it. And his presentation, nice, welcoming. He's got a little bit of maybe cringy and cheesy, but you know, you don't gotta be an asshole. So we don't have to be so straight.
We've watched this year. There's not going to be an easy answer. This caution comes out and makes the worst possible case scenario and put the pressure on
being
now 36 cars on the lead lap.
And it's nice to see how long position
Work itself out for some of these guys as you've gone through the day. But
I was going to go a little more in depth because one guy was bringing him up. Yeah, the iRacing, JD McHaley for sure. Just the gaming stuff, I'd say Michael Roots is probably my favorite guy. He's hilarious. But yeah, E-Step I've watched, Iceberg. I watched their weekly podcast. I've watched that more than once. But really, if you're talking like the NASCAR documentaries, Brock Beard and Slapshoes are the two that like they really put into the effort for make the video essays, so to say.
I thought about doing NASCAR content, doing kind of something similar to Eric does. However,
so you definitely have size in the race.
don't know how to
You definitely
how to
don't
go
want to
about
be the
it.
guy
I don't know.
does something to the leader that causes him to have trouble.
And on top of this, I'm trying to figure out my own way to me having, I guess, hey, Scott,
I will say this: if you want to do like the YouTube stuff, granted, I have a YouTube channel, but I use it basically just for past streams. I don't use it for actually making videos. Because this is just for me watching YouTube videos. I don't look at somebody who's doing the same thing as somebody else. I'm somebody who's themselves. Just be yourself. That's all I say is just be yourself. Oh, they're out of batteries apparently in the Penske group. So Cindric had a battery issue. They didn't have another replacement battery.
Out of batteries. Okay, so what that means is normally on a racetrack you bring about 2 or 3 volts. I guess they didn't bring it up. That's crazy. But we'll take it. That's another position for him. They need that main check. Well, needs
Yeah.
You can't put it on trickle charge and get it charged fast enough.
Where we finished last year, the winning was, as I told you, weird that last we finished weird. Last year we had a brake issue. We were out of the race before we raced on the lap. So, 2 check marks. Period. Surviving the race, making it to the end, and not having any issues.
I tell you what's interesting though for Martinsville. There's only one car that's off the racetrack right now, and that is Cindric. Just now with that issue. The whole rest of the cars that have started the race are still on the racetrack. Nobody's in the garage except for Cindric.
Easier than the way that guys like me would roll through the center of the corner fast. It just made passing more difficult when you did it that way.
20 to go now. Final handful.
Some of the other cars more than a lap down, but there's no really lead lap battle for Hamlin to contend with as he works through the lappers here. Probably not until he gets up into the area of, say, William Byron, Daniel Suarez back about 21st, 22nd, and they're half a straightaway ahead of him right now.
And as a driver, you know you're kicking their butt right now. You're working your way through traffic. You're in a rhythm. And the only thing that you
Yeah, if it stays green, I think Hamlin's got this because he is.
And you don't want to ask on the radio, so
I mean, he pulled it away from Bell too. Bell had closed it. He's pulled out a good gap on Bell now too. So.
Because as soon as you would ask, you know that caution is going to fly.
Well, it was harder at the old Martinsville back in the day before they built grandstands at 3 and 4. That scoreboard sat right in turn 3.
And this would be another great finish from Bubba too.
Yeah.
For lap tires that he's on right now, that's experience.
Gotta restart the app. My Fox app is closed.
That was in the box. One of Danny's engineers, Ryan. He's a great guy. It's funny. Listen, these pit crews and these engineer guys, don't be fooled. When they go to race weekend, those guys, they can have a little bit of fun outside the track. Chicago. Oh man, I had a moment with Danny's engineer. Danny's engineer was drunk at Chicago, like the day before the race. He wasn't totally drunk, but he was like, I was helping get the pad packed, and I guess they were partying and whatnot. There was that big, huge red park, Chicago Park by the lake. Changed from there, so all the crews, they were out, either getting or I'm not saying party, but what I have
Number right now is 3.
The lead engineer pulling out there. He got my back, so I carried him to go.
Second's going to be the battle.
I have a good relationship with his engineer, which obviously, as I graduate college, right, I'm trying to go finish, so he figure out where I'm going to go.
Bell's car looks to me a lot like what I was.
Yeah, like I said, I like hearing the stories. By the way, Bubba's all over Bell here for second. He might be able to get. I think he's a little quicker than Bell too.
Yeah, he's turning a 10 out.
Have that style like we're talking about. It makes it more difficult.
I don't know. He might be able to get to. I don't know. We'll see once he. I'm curious to see what happens once he gets around. I still think Hamlin's dog walking as far as lap time, but. And they got lap cars in front of them. Definitely got a little battle right here. He's won twice here, actually, John, on the truck.
Those are truck ones, right?
Yep. He won once here in the Wendell Scott tribute truck. And he won another one, too.
I'm sorry you don't care. I apologize.
You should have to apologize.
Oh, no, I'm trolling you. I love the troll.
It's bringing Bubba to his bumper, but it's also bringing the two guys behind Bubba Wallace.
It's just weird because when you see these professional people, especially like the engineers, you wouldn't expect
Larson closing in.
Yeah, you expect to be straight on the road and whatnot. You kind of see them outside of that, and you're like, oh, shit, I guess you actually have
And you mentioned Gilliland right there. Todd Gilliland is having a great day.
We got nine to go. We're into the less than 10 to go here, so. This thing stays green. I think Hamlin's, might have this one handily.
That's a great run ability inside the car.
Yeah, love it. Second place, Wallace is there. Haley the outside lap car. And Elliott filling up Wallace's rearview mirror. 8 to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, good little 3-car dogfight there for second.
Interesting podcast tomorrow. Actually, yes, that's like 30 minutes like back to Carolina.
And this is definitely the longest run of the race that we've had so far. So these guys they're struggling. Struggling inside with the looseness and
That was a little close there.
that we've talked about.
It's like, I know you want to hold them off, but don't get yourself turned trying to hold them off. You got a top 3 finish here.
3.5 seconds for Denny Hamlin on Christopher Bell.
Yep, 5 to go.
There's the lead, and
106 laps on these tires. Look at that.
Very close.
And
Well, Denny's put a straightaway on him, and when we go back and talk about Denny Hamlin, and you talk about Chris Gabehart going to be the competition director, and Chris Gale coming over to be Denny's crew chief, Denny Hamlin doesn't get enough credit for how good he is in this race car, but he is obviously a leader of this team, and being able to work with these guys to put themselves in a position.
Somebody's like, currently on Logano watch.
Every week, come to a racetrack where we expect these guys in the 11 car to run well, but they
3 to go.
They wanted to make their car better and put themselves in a position to go out and figure out if they could do this and dominate.
A lot of nervous energy up on
Denny's crew chief's nervous.
1-1-2 finish here.
This is gonna be their first win as like a new team.
First and Logano second. 2 to go.
Smooth sailing. Bring it home.
Yeah, Adam Stevens smiling.
White flag cannot come out fast enough.
Yeah, it's going to be a JGR one too. Hang on here too. Yep. White flag. Next flag ends it.
And keep an eye on second, third, and fourth. Not quite close enough to contend. Bell, Wallace, Elliott.
Well, he dog walked him. One here 10 years ago. He's gonna. Well, he's back.
That's what happens when you put Danny on a short track with clean air. 8 wins. Let's go, baby. Danny Hamlin winning the championship of this year.
Hamlin ties Rusty Wallace on the all-time career win list. 55th career win.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
He definitely dog walked him.
He's the 5th different driver.
All right, time to see the Danny Hamlin haters in the chat. Fuck you, Danny Hamlin. There we go. Golly, look at all that rubber covering the 11 on the outside.
Yeah. You can see it off the back of the car too.
He's that car's dirty.
Got
About to get a little dirtier if he decides to burn it down here too.
So I like the tire. I like the tire that Goodyear brought. So they got to bring this back again. And run off now. The only thing that's going to be different when they come back to one
Toyota 1-2-3, Chevy 4-5-6. Ryan Preece is the first Ford in 7th, and finally Joey Logano gets a top 10.
How about that?
Yeah. First one of the year.
He made some great ground there at the end of the race as you see Denny Hamlin start to burn the back tires off of this progressive Camry.
Great top 10 for Todd Gilliland.
Burn that sucker down.
Progressive first, and only their second race.
Needed, much needed. 4 Toyotas, 3 Chevys, 3 Fords in the top 10.
A lot of guys that needed runs today. So Logano finally got a top 10. Bubba got a podium.
I saw someone give a Danny the bird.
Nice.
Is he going to burn out the whole track?
Well, he went the straightaway. He's trying to make it all around. He started down there in turn 2.
All right. At this point, commit the whole track.
Yeah, commit. Go for it.
Look at the truck backing up.
Yeah,
They're all backing up.
A few years ago here, and I think he's going to make it, Kevin.
Yeah.
That's the first tire he saved. Can he do a lap?
Not quite, but far enough.
I'm impressed.
He stopped.
And there'll be a discussion here.
Got to use that engine later in the season. Tyler Reddick, I get it.
Yeah, I can see the way Tyler was approaching him too. I don't think that one was good. I think everybody probably wanted there to be more there, but you could see just the way he was walking toward him. He was like, "Yeah, my bad."
Top 3, let's go, baby.
Yeah, second straight week.
Always a tough discussion.
Ty Gibbs still comes away with the best finish. Like, I don't know how long.
Yep.
When he raced, and then on top of it.
Oh, it's on fire. It's on fire.
Rubber fire, probably underneath the fender wells.
He literally burned it up.
Rubber build up on the side of these race cars. I like this soft tire.
Henrik Motorsports favored here. Ends up 4th and 5th with Elliott and Larson.
Maybe put fire up there.
Last chance staying 6th.
I would definitely tell somebody that it's on fire.
I love how Noah's putting the fire up.
Yeah.
I'm listening to Daniel's podcast this week. This ought to be a good one.
There you go. That's a line. He had the favorite line. Yeah, I guess that must be his new one.
That's right. There's so many applause.
This is the new word we're going with this year. Let me answer the world.
Denny, it's been 10 years since you've been to victory.
Are we not putting the car up?
Yeah, because the thing's just sitting there burning. Yeah, I think the safety crew just got there now. He's just standing there next to the car on fire.
Yeah, he's going to win the championship this year.
He-
We're over here. Car's on fire, and we're not doing anything about it. We're
No.
just screw it. There we go, fire extinguisher.
I was gonna say, the official, if you watch the official, was like the firefighter knocked him out of the way. The official's like, "Are you kidding me? Like, it took you that long. We got here before you guys did."
Yeah, I mean, he's been, such a soldier to come in here to this 11 team and, kind of learn our style. And then over the last few weeks, just putting his final touches on it. It's really been a great.
They said tied Rusty for 11th all time on the list. Most career, or as far as career wins.
Where I spent so many years racing late models and whatnot. It's, gosh, I love winning here.
Danny, you got out of your car and you held up that flag and it says 11 against the world. What is that all about?
Well, my buddies, my Ohio State fans that I hung out with at the end of last year, we always had the Ohio State against the world, so now it's 11 against the world.
There you go. Denny Hamlin wins at Martinsville.
Well, Christopher Bell comes home in second place today after starting on the pole. Nearly a complete weekend, Christopher.
Well.
It seemed like it was really good until the end of that long run. Maybe just lacked a little on long run speed. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I gotta do this. I forgot to do this.
Throughout the whole race, and then that last run I just went a little bit too loose and off. So, it was a great weekend for Joe Gibbs Racing. Obviously, showed a lot of pace. All four of the cars were really good. Really happy to kind of get back up front. The last 2 weeks have been rough for this 20 team. So, proud of all of our partners at DeWalt, Toyota, Joe Gibbs Racing, and really happy for Denny. And yeah, he's a Martinsville master, so second to stop that.
You mentioned this racetrack and having a good day and everything like that. This is an important race as we get further into the season, so some good takeaways at least as we have the championship run later on.
Yeah, I think so. It's I don't know. I felt really bad at the end of the run there.
He's not wrong. Guy's won here now 6 times, so he's the winningest active driver at Martinsville.
Hopefully we can come back a little bit better in the fall and be able to have a nice
Cup Series. Oh, there's Chris Gabehart.
They did a great job. The car was amazing in qualifying, got us that #1 pit stall, which was a big part of our success today as well. So we did the details right, and we came home second.
Nice run, thanks.
Joe Gibbs gets a 1-2 finish at Martinsville, winning the Cookout 400. Here is a look at today's big move, sponsored by Pods. And it is Denny Hamlin's pass for the win.
Yeah, the restart.
Cookout is a great restaurant. If you've never been to North Carolina and had it.
Yeah, we saw
I've never been to North Carolina. I need to. It's on the bucket list. I know I at some point want to go to the Hall of Fame, so.
Good drive up off the corner and clear Christopher Bell going into turn 3.
And let's join Regan with the 3rd place finish.
Well, Mike Bubba Wallace continuing to stack good runs together. Bubba, this team has a lot of momentum going right now. Seems like you're just continuing to improve and improve right now.
He does.
No doubt. Sorry, nose run. Working up in there. Yeah,
nonetheless.
Most career wins, Brandon, is what you're thinking of. I was saying Martinsville wins.
One of my best traits, so need to go back and study that. But what a great day, continuing to rebound from the start of our season. Super proud of our group here on the 23 team. McDonald's Toyota Camry was fast all weekend. I think that final restart, I let second get away. I don't know if I had anything for Denny, but it would have been fun to try. But all in all, hell of a day for Toyota, top 3. That's nice. So we'll keep the momentum going. Having fun. It's fun to have fun.
It's always good to have fun. Congrats, Jamie.
Chase Elliott led 42 laps today, brought it home 4th. Good effort, considering I know a lot of people are looking at you maybe to win this thing, Chase. But how was the car overall, and how did things change as the race went on?
Yeah, I thought our car was really good, honestly. Thought our rider and half team did a good job yesterday, leading into the weekend, and then certainly, getting this thing where it needed to be, I thought, for a balance, for today. So, yeah, all that was really good. Just needed to control the race. I really needed to get to Denny there at the end of that second stage and try to get control. I knew the second half everybody was going to be better and closer, and just that little bit of being able to control this thing from that point forward means a lot. And unfortunately, I didn't do a great job getting to him. I was trying and just came up a few car lengths short. And it just puts you in a tough spot trying to play catch up and whatnot. But yeah, it was a solid day. We need more than solid, so we'll keep trucking.
See you in Darlington. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Denny Hamlin, my bad, Mike. 5 wins have come with 7 different over the last decade, I think we kind of had a chance to kind of sleep on how really good Denny Hamlin is at this racetrack.
Well, he's really good at this racetrack, but I think he's proved to a lot of people that he can go to a different crew chief and be that leader and help progress the race team to keep them in winning form. So today he did that at what we would consider his best track.
Well, I think he led charge. Joe Gibbs Racing. He wanted to be better here. He came back, wasn't satisfied with that second, third place. He came back here with a different setup, and I think that cascaded down for a better effort for everybody in Joe Gibbs Racing.
Well, a lot of contact, a lot of cautions, and we'll move on to Throwback Weekend in Darlington, South Carolina, next Sunday.
Yeah, next weekend. Darlington.
12:30 p.m. Eastern Time Saturday on Prime. Sunday, NASCAR race day at 2 on FS1, and the Goodyear 400 at 3 p.m. Eastern Sunday on FS1. Coming up next, the NHRA Finals from Pomona as Denny Hamlin celebrates his
Well, final thoughts?
Wow, that was fun. It was good racing. I'm glad we didn't see what we saw last night. Good tire that was brought to the track. Before the race in the drivers' meetings, NASCAR's Steve Phelps said the key word was respect, and for the most part, there was respect. Maybe there have been a little bit of moments of being aggressive, but all in all, I think we saw some drivers trying to show respect. You had Carson Postspar waving to his teammate, "Hey, my bad." Reddick and Gibbs talking after the race, trying to hash things out, clear the air. So it's good we didn't see what we saw last night. That was honestly ridiculous. 100 caution laps for a 200-lap race. That's something you see in iRacing, which is ridiculous. But this was good. This was good racing, actually. So I'm entertained. This will be more entertaining 7 months from now, but we're trying to see who's going to make it to the Final Four, and we have this option. Not this option, we have this tire, and who knows, maybe Denny Hamlin can win that again, but I doubt it because whatever setups teams have today will be completely different to what they bring back 7 months from now. 7 months is a really long time.
Also, we're also gonna have to figure out, who is gonna be in must-win situations too at Martinsville to try to make the Final Four. So that's gonna throw another wrench into it too. So. But I have to ask your thoughts since we, granted, this is the first time we did it. What'd you think? And also, I'll ask my chat. Do you guys want me to do this again? Do you want me to bring it back at some point again? Because I thought this was pretty cool, just to back and forth with you and I kind of like this. I don't know if I do it on the regular, but.
Bumblebee says no, never bring him back, and that's fair. That's totally fair.
She's joking with you.
It feels nice. It definitely felt nice to not be the one talking to myself in the camera, which I'm fine with. But it definitely felt nice to just hear someone else perspective live, and kind of just have a little group thing going on. You asked me what were my thoughts. I'm going to ask you the same thing. What were your thoughts?
The race itself was fun. I think it was kind of cool to see. We saw a lot of guys come and go too. As far as we mentioned it, we didn't see Byron much of the day. We didn't see Kyle Busch much of the day. Yet Todd Gilliland's up in the top 10. Joey gets his first top 10. Chase Briscoe had another really good run. Bubba Wallace had another good run. It was just kind of neat to see it as it developed throughout the day. I liked this race today. Now, granted, I wouldn't necessarily put it up there with some of the other races we've seen. I still think Coda's the best race we've seen this year. Personally, this is just me. But I think we're getting somewhere with the Martinsville package. We're getting there. I think if they could use the same tire that they got, just little tweaks, just a little more tweaks we keep doing, I think it's going to be. I'd like to see what we see here in the fall. I think we could see a better race in the fall when we get here, as long as they can work on what they're doing right now. So, and as for this, I liked doing this. I think it was, again, like you, I'm used to just rambling off to my chat. It was nice to have somebody else to bounce stuff back and forth with. So, who knows? If the opportunity presents itself again, maybe we'll do another one of these. Hopefully by then we kind of, the first one's kind of the trial. It's like, this is. So I will say before I end my end of the stream here, please go check out his channel. Please go check out his Twitch channel. If you're not following him, go follow him. I love his iRacing stuff, so please go check that out. I watched your video. I mentioned this before, when you went to the drag strip. I thought that was funny. So he's got a YouTube channel, so go check that out. And he does have a Discord. The link is in his Twitch page. So I know we were trying to get the link to work in my chat for those that were curious, but I know it's on your homepage. So if you get a chance, like I said, go to his Twitch page, check out his page, check out that, and I guess I'll.
Gotta get you to do some iRacing. We'll do some iRacing together. I think that'll be fun as well.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? After we wrap up the stream here, I'll give you my iRacing name if you want to add me as a friend on there. So we'll make sure I'll give that to you once, because we're still on the Discord. I'll give that to you once we wrap up in here. So for now, I'll say adios to the chat, adios to your chat, and we'll wrap this up. So fellas, it's been fun for breakfast here. Nice having you join me, and on to Darlington.
Yes, thank you. Just real quick, text me in the Discord, because the wife wants me to do something for her that involves.
Yep, I'll DM you on Discord then.
All right, brother. It was awesome having you.
It was nice having you.
Take care.
You too. So yes, that'll end that. And then on my side of things, we'll end the stream with my message here. Next up is Throwback Weekend, guys. Throwback Weekend. I hope we're all ready for that. So I will jump out of here tonight, and you might see a late stream for me, because it plan is to do some Jackbox tonight, so it might just be just a Discord thing, but it depends on when I pop out of here, so, or how I feel at the end of the night. So good night, sleep tight, and we'll see you guys. Take care. Peace as always.